Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another exciting episode of Baggage Claim D&D. In this episode, it's actually a continuation of our story last week, where Skye took the reins of Dungeon Master and led us on a journey that we've titled The Legends. We have fun, different characters. I am playing a character as well. It's a lot of fun. It's been a great time so far. Unfortunately, Abigail won't be joining us tonight. She has another performance that she has to do, so she will be there doing that. And our player, George's camera, who plays Dot, is not working, so you just see Dot George tonight. But, of course, as most do. We also have yet to receive word from Canada Dry Bold whether they'll be sponsoring this. I personally am beginning to be just a weensy bit offended. It seems like, they're not calling back, kind of thing. But, show we got variety. Yeah. They, yeah. They've got cranberry ginger ale and bold and regular. We've got the legends and the vagabonds. I'm just saying. Sounds like a perfect match. Yeah. Well, anyway. Oh, it's good. You guys know the number. Okay. Um, well, if nothing else, I don't have anything else. If anyone else has anything else, we can get started. I'll hand the reins over to our Dungeon Master Skye for the game this evening.
We stay here, or...
I also have to apologize because I had the audio set up wrong, so no one could hear anything but me in the last 5 minutes, so I'm sorry. But I heard it. We're good.
That's okay.
There should be music happening. There we go. I forgot to loop it.
On roll 20?
Yeah. There it is.
Hey, I hear birds.
Our viewers are like, what's going on?
Just have to watch last week's episode.
So what are you
Ooh.
doing? Oh, and Woody in the afternoon told you all that they would be going back to their ship and not joining you for the next adventure. And they fly off with Satreya. So that's handled. Okay. What are you doing?
Well, friends, should we sleep here in Goblin's Horde or head off to that other town? All these above water places all look the same to me.
Can we see the moon from here, or do we have to sleep inside?
I think we could see the moon just fine on our way back. You could walk under it for several hours.
Oh, okay, let's do that.
Very well.
I have no complaints.
Fine with walking.
All right, so you are headed out. You are leaving Goblin's Horde. Quarrick, as you're leaving, catches your eye just for a quick wave to send you off. And I would like everyone to make athletics checks just to see who's leading the line.
Not me, probably.
That's the wrong one. I keep clicking Dot, because Dot's where Harriet is in the list.
He's also green.
Little green boy.
Oop, I don't know why. Sorry about that.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Roll an advantage.
So-
Whoa.
We'll take the advantage because you're in a wheelchair, you know.
Oh,
There you go. So Velis is leading the front very proudly. Noi is keeping up, and Wally and Dot are just kind of shooting shit. And about... It's a fairly quiet walk. You know, there's not a lot happening. But about 6 or 7, as the sun's beginning to set, I would like 2 people to make perception checks.
I'll do one.
I look too.
Noise looking.
Just like, I'll do one.
I can look around, I guess.
Wow.
Oh my, I saw the moon, guys. It's there.
So, Dot, something feels off. Something's not right. Noi, you definitely see movement in the leaves, in the bushes, in the trees. There's
Guys.
something there.
We're not alone out here.
Yeah. There's 4 of us.
Is that what it is? Something.
There's more than 4. I counted twice, and there's something else over there in that bush, I think.
Oh. That's what you mean.
Is it more of Wally's friends?
I could go and check.
Sure. I'll be right here.
Right there.
Yeah, supporting you right here.
Okay.
I'll stand with Noi, suspiciously. Velis is just gonna look down and squint at Noi.
No, I can't squint because his head is just a skull, so he will not squint back at you.
Hey, Doc, what you doing? You want to come with me? You don't have
Yeah, I'll follow you, Wally.
Sure.
Okay, so you should be able to control your tokens.
Hey, you.
Excuse me.
I cannot.
Noy, could you point out which direction you saw the movement in?
We'll point in the direction, which I do not know. Where is it, Skye?
It's kind of all over. It's on either side of the path. 1 second, I'm giving you control of your tokens, which I swore I did, but I definitely did not.
Okay.
Guys, I'm paralyzed.
You saw basically, I'll point them out. Give me 3 seconds. Wally. Okay, you should all have access. You saw a little bit movement in these bushes, a little bit of movement in this tree, a little bit of movement in this tree, and then just those are the only ones you really noticed, like, in passive looking.
There were kind of 3 different spots, but
Yeah, just pick one, man.
that one's the closest. Point at this tree to the left.
Okay. Doc, can you be quiet?
Yeah, I can try.
All right, let's do it.
Allow me a moment to
we'll-
prepare while you head out. And Velos is going to draw out his trident, and you hear him say, "For the sea!" And the trident starts to glow this divine bright light, 40 feet.
Whoa!
And he's going to use his sacred weapon, which makes all of his weapon attacks magical and gives him a +1 on everything.
Nice.
So-
Nice.
And lets him add his charisma modifier to attack rolls.
Nice. Okay.
You didn't ask for stealth yet, but
I know.
Nope.
I assume because,
Nice.
but
So, Wally, where do you go to investigate?
I am sneakily wally-waddling towards this bush.
Dot
Okay.
is standing up in the light from the spear and just like walking after him,
Okay.
like not sneakily, just like. Because he
And I
rolled
will
an 8.
go, and I will go into the bush until I see something or run into something.
Okay. What's your AC?
15.
Friends only
Okay.
in this bush.
So, you see a longsword blade stick out and just miss you.
Wow,
I would like everybody to, if you would, roll initiative.
that's not friendly.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Yeah, Wally will start calling out.
nice.
Oh shit!
Good song.
Dot's turned around
Oh my
towards.
God.
I forgot. Matt, what's his name? Velos.
Velos.
This is very loud. There we go. Okay.
It should be very loud.
Oh, I have to hit the button for initiative. There we are. Okay. I have to.
Oh, I'm inside of a dude. Oh no.
I hate it when I look up and I'm inside a dude.
Okay.
Just phase into them.
Sorry, I've got a
Love
couple of
this.
things I have to click.
Sure, you're good.
Okay, wait. This
We're
time brings me
just
back,
vibing.
y'all. This music makes me feel things.
Oh no, my camera's off, so they can't see my bad dancing.
Unfortunately, I didn't have time to set up
My
a
mind.
battle screen for the stream, so everyone will have to satisfy themselves with just our rolls for tonight.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Then this one is.
That's a lot of
Okay.
initiative rolls.
Aggressive
Yeah,
head
it really
nodding
is, isn't it?
intensifies.
Only friends.
Only friends.
Not alphabetically.
Welcome to my only friends.
There we go. All right. So,
Not the
Wally,
only friend.
it is your turn first. What are you doing?
Hey, hold on a minute. And I'm a bonus action Misty Step back there. Those are not nice people. Okay? And then as my... I'm having a hard time with Wally's accent tonight, shut up. And then as my action, I'm going to take out 2 daggers and throw them at this guy.
Alright, go ahead.
Which is this one and that one. Let me know if this hits. That
27
definitely
hits.
hits. So then I
And that's,
that one out, and then
12 does not hit, but 9 plus 8.
So,
That's
yeah, so 17
17.
dagger damage.
nice.
This is what Wally do, baby.
Daga daga.
Okay. That's not what I want to do. Fuck. Sorry. I thought I set these up, but I didn't.
How far away am I? And then I'll
Yes.
There we go.
And then I'll just back up a little bit, kind of
All right.
behind Velos, using the big guy as cover, and that's it.
The big 5'5" guy.
I mean, comparatively,
All right, is that your turn?
yes.
Great.
I'm waiting for that.
Okay,
You got
so
the good
next, let me see here.
There it is.
I can't function this song.
Volatile reaction is so
Right.
good.
So, can I, what? Why can't I select? Oh, because I'm not on the, all right. So out of the tree pops this guy. And he's gonna run up 5, 10,
Is that
15,
Rami Malek?
30.
That's what I was
It's
looking at.
human, miscellaneous human
For the
token.
viewers at home that can't see, we are fighting Rami Malek.
Miscellaneous human token.
Mr. Robot.
And
out
he's gonna.
Warforged, Rami Malek.
All right, he's gonna take a shot at Dot.
Not yes.
here. That's what you get for rushing out there.
Does a 16 hit?
I believe so. Let me
Okay.
check my wizard AC. Yeah, 13.
So you take 4 points of damage as this crossbow bolt just kind of shoots into your shoulder. And he's gonna do an extra attack with his hand crossbow. Does a 13 hit?
That is my AC, so yes.
Okay, so you take an additional 5 from a second bolt hitting you in the shoulder. And that's gonna be his turn. Velos.
What ho, fiends! And he's gonna rush forward to the guy in the bush right there, and just go to town with the trident.
All right.
So 19 to hit for the
19,
first
that
one.
does hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
6 points of piercing,
Great.
and then 29 for the second one,
Hits.
and 8 points of piercing for that one.
Okay.
And that's it for his attack. And then he's just ready for the next bout.
Okay. Let me see something real quick. I don't know if there's so many sheets.
Oh, the sheet.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Next is which one is this? Aha! This one. So out of this tree pops this big burly human man, and he is gonna. What's his speed? He's just gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And he's not really close enough to do anything. So he's just gonna try to intimidate y'all. But not rolling anything because that's not technically a skill. And yeah, this is the fighter's turn again. Okay. He's gonna take some stabs at Velos there.
Bring it on,
With
Bushman.
his longsword.
Man.
Does an 8 hit?
No, definitely not.
Okay, and extra attack
Holy
as a
conquest.
fighter. Does a 13 hit?
No.
Cool.
I have
So
an AC,
he's-
unlike our wizard.
Hey
Yeah.
now.
So he's gonna try to stab both times and just hit into your armor, and his sword kind of bends a little bit. And he's just gonna get a look of fear and just 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And just hang out there, far away from you.
Can I take an attack of opportunity?
You sure can.
All right, I'm going to add a divine smite on this if it hits, so
Oh my god.
Okay.
26.
26 hits. Yeah, what is that, 15?
Yeah.
So you literally, this guy just falls. You blast him through. He's gone.
Ah!
Nice.
For the sea!
Shit. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's it. That's my reaction.
Or your
so.
your reaction. Okay. This guy pops out of this tree,
Is
and
that
he's going
Matt?
to take another shot at.
Wait a minute.
Let me see. He's gonna pop down, boop, and take another shot at Dot with a hand crossbow.
Hit me. You don't even need a roll.
Hit me with your.
Does a
best
24
shot.
That, yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, you take 7 points from another crossbow bolt.
5, 6, 7. Hit me with a slightly worse shot, please.
And DM, does action surge have to be the same target, or can it be a second target?
You're the DM, but
Professional DM.
Action surge can be against anything. It just gives you another attack action.
Great. So he's going to action surge and do a hand crossbow shot at Velos. Does a 23 hit?
A 23 does hit, yeah.
Okay, you take 8 points of piercing as the crossbow bolt goes like perfectly between 2 plates of armor.
Ouch.
And that's his turn. Noi, say your turn.
Where is Lizard Man?
This is so loud.
What's loud? Oh, the music's back.
Okay. Let's see. This one is you, Dot, right?
Correct.
Here. Okay. Noi's gonna be nervous as a free action. And then
Bonus action nervous.
be scared by this obliteration of this man in front of him. And then
Oh, I didn't roll initiative for one of them.
Noi is gonna like take out his little wax seal with the moon on it and kind of press it into his palm, and then hold his hands out towards Dot and just go, supporting you from back here. And he's gonna cast Healing Word on you.
Great.
Let's see. Roll. There you go.
So it's 8 points of healing damage. Great.
And that is Noi's turn.
Great. So this guy gonna pop out of the tree.
What?
There's a lot of people in the trees. He's gonna do some stuff. Yeah. From right at the base of the tree.
My bad.
Wall of water.
Clicked the wrong
Water
thing.
time.
Yeah, he's gonna take a longbow shot at Wally. I forgot to set up this guy. Ignore that. That one doesn't count. Because it's at advantage and he's not at advantage.
But it's lower than my AC. Can it count?
No. Does a 10 hit?
No.
Okay. Let me see. And he's going to do an extra attack, another bolt, another arrow at Wally. Does a 17 hit?
Yeah.
Okay, you take 10 points as an arrow just kind of goes into you somewhere.
Ow. Hey, don't hit the short guy.
And that's
We're all
going to
short.
be his turn. Dot.
Shot? Did you say we're all short?
You all are pretty short. I mean,
Dot is going to, let's see if roll 20 will work. That's awesome. Thank you. Cast Chromatic Orb at, let's go with this dude. One of the dudes who shot him.
which guy? Sorry.
This one.
Great.
This guy. And Chromatic Orb, let's say 2nd level. Pew. And he's going to make it ice damage or cold,
Great.
I guess.
Let me look at that character
Never would have guessed
sheet.
it.
It's actually
Yeah, 27, whatever it was, definitely hits. So
so
that's 12, 16 points of damage. Great.
Like, It's not very cool to hit people.
And then
God.
he'll sneak. He'll like run away and try to hide behind this tree.
Okay. Cool. All right, is that your turn?
Yeah.
Wally.
That's
I also
me.
have to
Holy.
redo this again. There we go.
They're not very clustered together yet. That's unfortunate. Well, in that case, I'm just gonna... So, is this like a stump here? Is that what this is?
Yes.
Okay. Probably it's about as tall as me, I assume.
It's like 2 feet.
Okay. So I can kind of peek over it. I might get some cover from hiding behind it.
Yeah, and you can stare Rami Malek dead in the eye.
Okay, sweet. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I want to walk up and I'm gonna look at Rami Malek and I'm gonna maybe cast a spell, but probably not. Actually, you know what? I will cast a spell because I haven't done that yet. He'll take a dagger out of his pouch that he has and hold it up to his face and whisper some. What languages do I know? Do I know Sylvan? I do know Sylvan. Whisper some Sylvan to it, which I can tell Dot if he knows Sylvan, but otherwise it's just Asuhayana. And then he throws the dagger at Rami Malek.
Nice.
I cast Ensnaring Strike on the dagger, which means if it hits him, it does a thing. So we have to see if it hits. There's a lot of things going on here.
That does not hit.
Flip do. So then the enchantment carries to his next dagger, but he doesn't whisper to it. But he does throw another dagger as his extra attack.
Okay.
And, oh my
That
god.
also does not hit.
Hey, what am I doing? Why can't I hit things? Hey, you! Stop moving there. I gotta hit you. And then he'll just kind of duck down behind the stump and be angry at himself.
You see him give you quite a little bit of a squint. As
No.
his, yeah. All right, is that your turn?
Yeah, I'm concentrating. Let's
Great. Dot, make just a perception check at disadvantage.
Dot does
Out of
not see.
curiosity.
Geese eating it.
Okay. One sec. I don't know how to make the pure dice rolls. Okay, so for half a second, you look above you and you see something moving in the tree right above you. And jumping down, let me make sure I did this right. Never roll advantage. Always whisper rolls. Auto roll damage and crit. Okay. So, jumping down basically on top of you. And this would count as a sneak attack, right? Or would it be... Yeah.
Yep.
So, sneak attack, a dagger. Does an 18 hit?
Yep.
Great, so you take 17 points of damage.
Cool.
And she's gonna use bonus action disengage. And so she can't, go boop, doop, and just kind of hang out here. And that's her turn.
Not a good direction, little rogue.
So then it's this guy's turn. I've named them all. I don't have them names. Like this one's just crossbow.
So I did
They
too.
call me Crossbow.
Okay, we
Then
know
B,
his real name is Rami.
So he's
Rami
gonna
Malek.
10, 15, 20. And yeah, just
Say
take a
that.
cheeky. Whoa, not that. Just take a cheeky little shot at Wally with a hand crossbow.
A cheeky little shot.
Does a 22 hit?
What? Baby! That's not cheeky.
Okay, that's 7 piercing. And he's gonna take an extra attack because he's a fighter. Does a 10 hit?
No.
Okay, so the crossbow bolt goes right behind you into the trunk of the tree.
Hey,
He's just gonna hang out there.
hey, didn't I?
No chill. Okay, now this guy. He's gonna. What's his speed? This track slaps now. Wow.
No one else slaps.
Me.
This one go.
I'll be right back. One
Let's
second.
see. Okay.
Look, you.
See something. Okay. All right. He's gonna just charge. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And he's just gonna be charging. And he can't really do much because he decided to be the farthest away. Because he didn't think you all would notice them.
What a dum-dum.
And that's his turn. Okay. And Velos will be right back. So you get to sit here. Okay,
I'm back.
there he
Okay.
is.
Velos is going to look towards Dot and say, "May your love of ice protect you," and cast Shield of Faith as a bonus action, so you get +2 to your AC.
Nice.
I'm concentrating on that. And then Velos was gonna run after the next guy in the bush, but instead is gonna just book it up towards this rogue. Just turn right, on his heel and sprint up there and just take 2 big old swings at the rogue here.
Okay.
So it's a
17
17
does hit.
and a 15.
They both hit, yeah.
Nice.
So that's 16 points of damage.
Damn.
16.
That's it for Velos' turn.
Okay. Oh, I forgot about Uncanny Dodge. She's gonna half that damage. She's gonna only, because she can see, she saw you make that attack. She's only gonna take 8. Okay, and that's your turn?
That's it for me, yeah.
Great. Is this crossbow guy dead? No, he's not. Okay. He's gonna take a cheeky shot at... He's gonna move a little bit. 5, 10, 15. And take a shot at Velos. With a hand crossbow. That's the rogue, ranger, barbarian. Crossbow. Okay. With a hand crossbow. Does an 8 hit?
No.
Okay. Then
You
extra
think
attack.
these paltry strikes can hit me?
Does a 26 hit?
26 hits.
That's what you get for your hubris.
Not the
That's
paltry
7 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Oh, actually, I get to reduce all non-magical damage by 3, so...
Nice. And do you have to make a con check because you're concentrating?
I can't roll lower than that, so... I mean, I can make
Cool.
the check if you want, but...
How do those work? I don't know how those work.
Oh, I'll make it, actually, because I have the wrong character in mind. I rolled a 16. So yeah, it's 10 or half damage. Whichever's lower
great.
or higher.
Yeah, whichever's higher.
Okay. Cool. And that's his turn. Noyum.
Let's see. How does this spell work? One second. I guess he's gonna run up and make a roll up. And what is that attack? I think it's a slam. He's gonna roll at this rogue and try and make a ram attack with the wheelchair.
Nice.
Let me, I think I have that one loaded up.
Take out her kneecaps.
Yeah.
Battle chair drift.
That meets, so it hits. Nice. And it's a strength save. She fails. And so she is pushed back. Where are you when you make the...
Well, I have to make direct contact, so I move, rolling up, kind of like careening around Villa, and just body slam with
Great.
the side of the wheel
So
into
she's...
this.
Boop. And is that damage?
Yes, that's for.
Great. Okay, so she's there now.
And he's
All
just
right.
kind of, don't get so close to my friends, please. He's royalty. And that's
Great.
her.
They're catching on.
Right, is that your turn?
Yeah.
Great. This guy. Yeah, he's gonna take a longbow shot at, let's say Velos. Yeah, let's
Bring it on.
see what happens. Does a 3 hit? Does 23
Both
hit?
of those hit, yeah. My AC's 20.
Okay, so that's 3 points of piercing damage.
I take no damage.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna do an extra attack. Does a 27 hit?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 7 points of damage.
All right.
And let me see. I forgot he has some spells. Cool. He's just gonna hang out in this tree. He's just gonna stay there. Dot. Your turn. Dot.
My microphone's been off this whole time. Can Dot see this dude in the tree? And also, what is the distance on this? Yeah.
I'd say probably, because he has to get low enough to make a shot.
Okay, so that is gonna shoot a chromatic orb at him at 3rd level, and
Great.
he's gonna use one of his 2 portent things, which is his divination stuff, to mean that he rolls a 17 plus like 8. So
Just a
17
17
plus-
plus 8.
yeah,
Okay.
so you get like 2d20 rolls a day that you just get to like say that's what it is on. That's what the 2d20 I rolled earlier was for.
Great.
As divination wizard, and
Is-
then yeah, I've always wanted to play one of these. So it's just you can basically ignore the to hit, although it's the same, I think.
27 definitely
Jeez.
hits.
Yeah,
so-
well, it would have been a 17 plus 8, so
Okay.
less than that actually, but
Yeah.
and so that
Okay.
is
And that's
22, if I do math correctly. Yeah, 22 ice or cold damage.
great. Okay.
And he's gonna duck back down behind the tree.
Okay. Wally.
All right. This Rami Malik motherfucker is taking cheeky shots at me and I can't hit him, so you know what? Dagger. I'll try the first one.
Great.
Please hit. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll hit. I have to see which guy Rami
Right.
Malik is.
And then snaring strike. So as long as he's large or smaller, he needs to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. Yeah, that's a behemoth actually. Just giant. Okay, 17.
Okay, so he succeeds, which means nothing happens. But these little vines start to crawl out of the ground and crawl up his legs, but then he
Great.
just nopes him off.
Great.
And I'm no longer concentrating on that spell. That was my first dagger. And then I'm going to... How far away is this guy? Oh, just I will... Actually, I can just take one step
I was gonna say,
forward,
you
so
can
then
just
I'm
walk
just
around.
in range. And then I'll throw a dagger at this guy.
Great.
This one? Hello.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And then I'll take a step back, and then I'll, as a bonus action, throw another dagger at this chick.
Great.
Would you say that's dagger, dagger, dagger?
I would say that's dagger, dagger, dagger.
Okay. Where's her sheet? That does hit. Okay. So that's 10.
And actually, he'll take a few more steps back behind Dot, even though Dot's probably more hurt than Wally, but Wally is tiny, and he feels the need to be protected.
Great. So, is that your turn?
Yes.
Great. So she's going to look back and forth between these two and you two and opt for you two instead.
Nah.
And she's going to make
What?
another dagger attack at Dot. Does a 25 hit?
Yeah.
Okay, so you take 5 points of piercing.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, gonna bonus action, disengage, and boop, doop, here. And that's her turn. That's that guy. Great. So he, not very happy with your dagger, sir. Gonna 5, 10, 15, 20. On top of this stump, so we'll say he ends up about there. And just shoot a crossbow down at you, specifically. Does a 16 hit?
Yeah.
So you take 9 points of piercing.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm close, guys.
Then extra attack at Dot, because you're there too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, goody.
Does a 23 hit?
Yeah.
Don't be dying
So
in
that's-
trees.
Well,
That's actually only 3 points of damage.
well, Dot is still out.
Oh. Okay. All right. Let me do something real quick.
And one goes down, and one goes down. What?
What a whack
You're dead?
moment.
No. Yeah, 3 damage, double his hit points.
You're not
I
dead.
know you're a wizard.
You're not
I
dead.
know, I know,
Yikes.
Well, he's unconscious.
If you think you're dead in this campaign, no, you're not. Okay. So
There are
perfect.
things worse
So
than death.
Wally, this will be a familiar face.
Things worse.
Out of the trees comes the owlbear. Mom,
Let's fucking go.
I made friends with you.
buddy.
Pays to make friends, ladies and gentlemen.
And
It mauls us all the time.
one sec.
It
All
calls us all to death.
right. So he's gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 and join the fight. She can't really do much, but you know, she's joining the fight. So I have to roll. She rolled a
For
20
the
on
forest.
initiative. Okay. That happened. Okay, so that's her turn. This crossbow guy already went.
Yeah.
Velos. It's your turn.
Well, I really would like to kill that rogue, but I think Velos is a little more concerned with the team. So he's going to rush up and to get close. It's not going to heal Dot quite yet. Oh, maybe he should.
Okay.
Nah, he's going to. He'll reach down and place a hand on Dot and just pump 10 points of lay on hands in him.
Cool. That's another thing, because this is such a short campaign, canonically you can't die. Like, I'm not, no death saving throws, you're just unconscious. Because I don't want any of you to, like, die. So,
Well, you
Yeah.
get 15 hit points, and then he's
Oh.
going to take the other step right in
God.
the way, right next to Rami Malek
Malek.
there. Yeah.
that's not
And-
even canon, that was just a random human.
It just looks
It's
like
canon now.
And I think, yeah, that's all he can do. He doesn't have anything he can do for a bonus action that would be useful right now, so
Okay,
that's it for
Take
his
your turn.
Yep.
great. Mr. Barbarian guy has a speed of 40.
Uh-oh.
So he gone 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And let me see. He's going to use bonus action rage and swing with a club at you, my dear old Velos.
Bring it.
Does a 26 hit?
26 hits.
Okay. That's 7 points of damage.
All right.
Let me see. It's a. Yeah. Okay. He's just gonna stand there and be intimidating. And yeah. That's his turn. And you save, so you're fine. Crossbow guy. Non-Rami Malek crossbow guy. Is gonna get freaked the fuck out. And just, because he looks kind of younger, and he's just gonna get the freak the fuck out and just run away. Because he didn't know what he was getting himself into. And he's gone.
what happens when you challenge an owl bear.
Noi, it's your turn.
range of this thing? Sorry. Ba-ba-ba. Okay, Noi.
Ignore that. Sorry.
It's gonna. Which one is this again?
That's the rogue.
That's the rogue punk. Okay.
Ramming again.
Not in this case. Actually, can I?
I definitely forgot to add attacks for the owlbear, so I'll be rolling those manually. Great.
Okay, it's gonna run up to this rogue. Well, Hot Wheels up to this rogue, and
Great.
not ram this time. Do a little like it looks like I'm gonna ram this time, and then gotcha, didn't ram, and then take a swing with. Let's see, Noi. What do you want to hit with? Is gonna take out this warhammer and just try and cleave down on the rogue.
Great. Love that. 18 does hit. And she is looking hurt. She's looking pretty bad. Also, because a giant warhammer just swung into her. But she's looking pretty hurt. Is that your turn?
Yeah, his eyes are just like on fire, basically, like just bright purple.
Great.
And like his warhammer's kind of glowing a little bit too, and he just like.
Nice. Cool.
That's all.
The ranger is gonna see this owlbear and freak the fuck out and just jump down from the tree and try to get away with it. From what? 5, 10, 15, 20. And he is gonna take a shot, which just misses at the owlbear. And he's just gonna be freaked the fuck out. Dot!
That is gonna sort of sit up, and then I don't even want to. Can he see the guy on the stump if he doesn't even stand all the way up, or does he need to stand all the way up? I don't know.
It's
how
like a
tall the
2-foot
is.
stump, so I'll say yeah.
Well, I mean, Dot is pretty short. He's like 4'4", but.
Well, the guy is tall enough that you can
Okay.
only see like the tip of his head.
So Dot is just gonna like go from like on his back from unconscious to like sit up and then like look over at this dude on the stump and cast Bellis is right there. He'll cast Chromatic Orb again at second level.
Great. Pew. That does hit, yeah.
So 14 cold.
Great.
And let's see. He's just gonna like sort of crab walk, crawl backwards like, over to here.
Great. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Cool. Wally.
Hey, yo, that's me. Okay. I still hate this Rami Malek guy. And he just tried to shoot me. And he just shot my friend. So I'm gonna take a step back and kind of go around here until I can see him over the stump, because I am shorter than Dot. And then I will do. Should I do all three? Or do I want to cast a spell? What does this one do? Nah, I don't want to. Yeah. So we'll just do dagger. 3 of them, all of them at Rami Malek, because fuck that guy. Just kidding. I love the real Rami Malek.
Hits.
2,
8, 9, 10,
3.
misses.
Ooh,
And just hits.
yay.
So that's -9. And then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ooh, he is looking hurt.
Good.
He's not looking so hot. Okay, is that your turn?
That is all.
Great. The rogue is gonna try and take a swing at you, Noyam. With the dagger, I am no longer searching for an owlbear. I am looking for my cultist. Here she is. And just a dagger shot. Does a 9 hit?
No, it does not.
Great. So she's hurt and she's panicking. So she's gonna just swing wildly and miss and just kind of disengage and boop. I said boop. Okay, 5, 10, 15. See the owlbear. 20, 25, 30.
Take it back down,
There she
y'all.
is. Okay, and that's her turn. Owlbear is gonna just fucking like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25
Ooh.
and multi-attack, which I think she can do. She can. So a beak melee weapon attack. Like I said, I'm doing these manually. 17 does hit, which will technically be like +7, but like 1d10 plus 5, it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 to the ranger. Let me get to his... And claws. That does not hit. So she's just gonna swing wildly at this ranger guy and kind of hang out right here. And that's her turn. This crossbow guy, Rami Malek, is very scared. And he's gonna, in vain, pull out a short sword and try to swing at Velas. No longer that. Choo-choo-choo. Does a 16 hit?
Who are you hitting?
Velas.
Oh,
you.
me. Sorry. No, 16
Yeah.
does not hit.
Cool. So he's just gonna swing at you and kind of limp across the stump over here.
Definitely, Velas is going to take the attack of opportunity if that's all right.
Do it. Yes, that's why I moved him.
All right. And he'll throw a Divine Smite on if he thinks he needs it, but I think he's probably going to be okay just with a regular hit. Ooh, only a 12 to hit. Miss on my part.
Yeah, that does miss, sadly.
We lost
But
George.
we'll say in his limping, because he's literally at 1 HP, he falls off the stump and just dies. Okay. Next is, I think, Velos,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and attack this barbarian in front of me.
Nice.
So, Kit. Yeah. Okay, so I have magical damage, if that matters, but,
That does hit, yeah.
okay.
Both of
Yes.
those hit. So it's 12, 20.
So he's going to throw Divine Smite on just one of them, so ignore the 11 Radiant on the second one.
Okay. Okay. Is the Divine Smite you roll something?
It's added on to the damage, so like the first attack does 20 damage, the second attack does only 8 damage.
Okay. Great. Minus 8.
So I
Okay.
can only cast one spell.
Cool, cool, cool. Is that your turn?
That's it for me, yeah.
Cool. He's gonna be very angry and come over here and let me see, go into a frenzy. So he's gonna make a club attack as his action, and that's a 26, so that's 9 points of damage.
Okay.
And then bonus action melee attack. Right? That's frenzied.
And he gets to do two, it should be 2 regular attacks if he has extra attack, and then 1 attack as a bonus action.
Yeah.
So 3 attacks
That's
total.
a 9. So that's the extra attack, so that does not hit. And then frenzy, 13 also does not hit.
Okay.
So you take 9 points from this guy, and he's just sitting here yelling at you, basically.
Okay.
Cool. Noi. Noyam.
That's me. Noah's gonna look at this rogue and then look back at that frenzying lad and then look back and go, ah! And he's gonna cast. Is this rogue looking pretty hurt? Is what you'd said?
Yeah. She's
Well,
not
then-
doing so hot.
Instead, is just gonna give another swing with the warhammer. Kind of, getting the hang of it. He hasn't used this thing in a while, and he's starting to feel it.
Great.
So he's gonna give another swing. Let's see. Not feeling it as much this time.
Yeah, that doesn't hit. But she's adequately afraid. Anything else for your turn?
No.
Okay. The ranger is being pummeled on by this owlbear. Let me see. This one. And he's just going to pull out his short sword and attempt to attack her. 16, which does hit. She takes 7 piercing. Let me see. Her character sheet got messed up, so I don't have, anything. Okay. Okay. So that's 7. And he's just terrified, so he's just gonna try to boop, boop, 20 here-ish. And that's his turn. Dat!
That is going to cast. You'll never guess. Chromatic Orb at the Barbarian Boy.
Great.
Just first level. Submit. 11 cold.
That does hit, yeah. Okay. Cool. Doing anything else?
Nope, that'll be it.
Okay. Wally.
As me, I am in pain, but I'm gonna waddle on up, climb up the stump, because I'm just slightly taller than the stump. Oh, damn it. You moved up, Noe. Or somebody moved. Now it's not as... Damn
I
it.
didn't move.
I think someone died was what happened.
Someone is not where they were last turn, but that's okay because people move and then they fuck up my plans, but that's, how the game works. We're gonna do. How is Noi looking? Is Noi fine?
Noah's vibing, except for the fact that he just missed a hit, but he's vibing. He looks as dead as always. I mean,
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
he looks like someone who died, came back.
You know what? I'm just gonna do it. I apologize in advance, Noi. Wally will lift up another dagger to his mouth, whisper some more Sylvan into it, and he'll throw it at the ground. Right about here-ish.
Great.
And I'm casting Entangle. So in a 20-foot square, which is this 20-foot square. There's an extra one. In this 20-foot square, all of these boys need to make a strength saving throw or be restrained by magical plants.
Great.
And this is also difficult terrain for the next minute.
Okay.
So Noi, you're fine.
What's the DC?
14.
Okay, so the rogue is entangled, but the barbarian remains untangled.
Kind of figured that's what was going to happen. All right. Dope. And then with the last of his movement, he will hop back down.
Great.
That's it.
The rogue is entangled, so she can't really do anything, right?
She's restrained, so she can't move. She has disadvantage on basically everything.
Great.
Yeah.
So she's just going to be stuck.
Nice. I think she can use does it say in
She can take her
here?
action to break out.
She's just going to stay stuck.
A creature restrained by the plants can use its action to make a strength save against your spell save DC on a successive creature itself.
It's a 17.
And 17 does succeed.
Okay. So she's going to break out, but she's going to stand right there.
Okay.
She's just going to be like,
Yeah.
because she's not looking good.
It's still difficult terrain, and that's where
Yeah. The owlbear is gonna 5, 10, 15, 20 up to this ranger again, because how dare he run away? And multi-tack again. So it's a beak, a bark, bark, bark. Where is his sheet? That hits, actually. So he takes 9 damage. Great. And then with claws, that also hits. What is that? 2d8. And he is down. This ranger is dead. Okay, great. And she's just gonna let out another roar and be an owlbear. Velos.
All right, Velos is gonna just lay into this here barbarian.
Do it.
First attack is a 16.
That hits.
All right, he'll add the divine smite onto that. 16 damage
12,
total.
13, 14, 15. Great.
Second attack, he's just gonna swing again with the trident, trying to run him through with a 24 to hit.
He's down.
Nice.
With a trident through him, and as
Just
you pull it back, he
skewered
just kind of
through him.
falls. Yeah.
All right.
I've realized I could be doing this, but none of them are really important. So is that your turn?
That's it for me. Oh,
Great.
if he's dead, actually, I'm gonna move.
I don't know why I moved him.
His dead body.
Yeah, just whee!
Just kind of out towards where the rogue might be running away from, and that's the end of his turn.
Noi!
So Noah's shaken a little bit, but he's like, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. And I guess swing at this person. Do I have advantage because of them being? Well, I guess they're out of it at this point.
Yeah.
Just try and swing at this person again, like he's been doing.
That definitely hits. And she's looking bad.
And that's all for Noi. He's just trying to go at this rogue. I
Okay.
guess he's right there.
Dot!
That is going to cast. Probably, you know what? He's just going to cast Magic Missile.
Great.
So 1, 2, 3.
Oh boy.
Well, you only
Oh.
need one. And she is down. Congratulations.
Woo.
First ambush.
First. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Okay, so Noi, as this rogue goes down, with your passive perception, you notice a small note peeking out of one of her side pouches.
He'll grab it.
Okay, and it says, let me look at my notes and close literally everything. Where
I'll drop Entangle too, so you can move normally.
Okay. The note in common says 5 adventurers coming from Goblin's Horde. Non-human. They're disrupting our plans. Dispose of them. So do with that as you will.
Okay. He'll kind of
And-
look at it and roll towards more of the group.
And the owlbear comes up to you, Wally, gives you a slight nod, and takes off back into the forest.
Thank you. Ow.
Okay.
Where's Dot?
I'm over here.
Oh,
We're not really used to getting hit. While he's like kind of leaning on the stump, just
no.
all coming out of him.
Well, friends, that was quite the fight, don't you say? For the sea. Wonderful.
How is fighting in those random group of people for the sea? I don't
Because
really
I
get it.
claim it. I fight on behalf of the
Oh.
sea.
Which sea? Just
know.
all of them?
The sea.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I will.
I think they knew we were coming. One of them had this note, and he'll hold up the note. Yeah.
Velos will reach out and not like yank it out of your hand, but yeah, take it if Noya will let go.
Yeah, you can. I was gonna read it, but you can read too. So
And he'll
here you
just
go.
feel the paper and say, "Yes, parchment. Interesting."
Yeah, you're right. You're really observant.
Fiendish document, and then hand it back to you.
Oh, I moved you to the wrong place. This way.
I don't know if it's fiendish, but yeah, they knew we were coming, but I guess doesn't really matter now. I don't know who's trying to telling them to dispose of us, though. That's not like a comforting thought, you know.
As you're discussing this, and are you like headed to leave? Here, let me actually move you back here.
Yeah,
Are you like headed?
I'd like to check and see if there's anything else like stashed on them or like any kind of identifying markings that I mean, I'm not going to recognize anything, but
Yeah. So we'll say on this ranger here, as he kind of fell like spread with his arms up, and as you're going through to see if he has anything stashed, you see a brand
okay.
on his right arm, similar to the one that Woody saw, but I don't know if any of you saw it. But there's a brand on his right arm.
Okay.
The rest of them are wearing long sleeves, so unless you choose to actively like go rip up their sleeves. But yeah, there's a brand on his right arm. None of them have really anything of worth. They seem like mercenaries who were prepared to die, you know. Yeah. Do you continue on?
Do we know why these people tried to kill us? Were they just fuckheads?
It says we're disrupting plans, but
Oh,
I thought they were the ones who disrupted our plans because we're stuck here, right? We're not disrupting
killed
any
them
plans.
Yeah, if they would have just let us go, this wouldn't be a problem.
Perhaps they weren't even looking for us. This does say 5 adventurers. Right.
Oh, I must have counted wrong. You're right.
there was 5 of us, though. And then Woody had to go, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes
Well, there was also
information
kind
can
of
be
like
wrong.
6 of us for a little while there.
Good point, Dot.
Well, sometimes when mail's delivered really slowly, you know, and sometimes by the time they wrote it, they didn't know that we had that many people. It's not like an instant message. So,
Thank you.
Not an
you're
instant
welcome.
message. You see, Velos is like really making sure that he remembers that.
Dot's gonna cast a message at Velos and be like,
It's not like this.
Ah, I can hear your voice inside my head, Dot. Quite the skill.
Okay.
I need to take a rest. I am bleeding out of my everything. So, could we do that, please?
Like right here.
On a scale of 1 to 30, 38, 3. I am in pain.
I mean, I could help with that, or you can just sleep.
I can help somewhat as well, Wally.
My body is free from being meddled with.
Oh,
After you, Noi.
okay.
Oh, we're
And
taking turns now.
okay, I'll roll up to you, and let's see. I'll cast a little Cure Moons on you. And-
Nice.
sorry, that should be at a second level, but
5 points of healing, nice.
another.
Cure moons.
I guess it's just one.
Okay.
Once
Sorry,
Noi-
yeah, can
oh,
There you
ahead.
go.
Once Noi is finished, Velos will come up and kind of really firmly clap his hand on one of your cuts and give you 10 points of lay on hands.
Which is actually 9 because of the pain that you just inflicted on me.
Dot will walk over and be like, "Oh, I can help too," and just like set an ice cube on one of your cuts.
Oh. You know,
Doesn't do anything. It's just
it feels kind of good. I mean,
Do it.
it burns, but it feels. No, that just burns. No
Oh.
more.
No, it feels good after a little while. See,
and he's like gonna put one in one of the holes in his shoulder from across the bolt, and just like
yeah, it'll get better. Wait for it.
Anyways, thank you, you two, for that. I feel a lot better now. I'm good to keep going and not bleeding out of my guts if we wanted to keep going.
You may as well make it back to town.
I agree.
So y'all are heading back. Wally, as you're walking, you see little glimpses of the owlbear kind of trailing you. Just making sure you're okay.
If I have any rations, I'll kind of just toss them in
Nice.
the general direction.
You can see she stops for a second, but then she's right back to trailing you. She made like a mental note of it. And you make it back to Fernsworth without dying too much. And we'll say it's about, like, it's pretty late. It's like it's definitely dark out. You come up, the path leads you basically straight to the Weeping Willow, where you stayed, and you have a room being held for you still. If you'd like to go there, if you'd like to do anything else.
What's the plan, fellas? It is late.
Wally, I believe you secured us a room, correct?
I did. You still got that, so
Shall we sleep?
Sleep is good.
I'll just sit, I think.
I know, Noi, that means we'll have to go without being under the moon for a few minutes. Is that all right?
I think it'll be okay. Our room has a window, right? I can see it from there. And Noi has been like talking out loud to the moon the entire time we're walking. Like, you know, where he isn't registering that like other people are there. Like he's just having a full-on conversation, like telling about the day, talking about like, oh my goodness, like, did you see I just like healed that guy? Like that was really cool. Like I've never done that. Like whoa, did you see the thing with the warhammer? Like just talking like just incessantly. If you try to interrupt him, he won't respond. I think it'll be okay. The moon knows where I am, and I can see through the window. So, yeah.
upstairs we go then. I hope nobody's in our fucking room. That would suck.
Well, we can show them, right? So, you know.
I do have a belt pouch that has unlimited daggers in it, so
Unlimited?
Eh?
Like, it never runs out?
try it.
We can also just hurl them into the sea.
Oh. Wouldn't you only want, like, high-quality people in the sea? Isn't that your whole thing? So if we're just throwing, like, anybody in there...
I don't
Isn't it
live
like
in
bad
this.
to put garbage in the sea?
I don't live in this neighborhood. Oh my god.
Some garbage is acceptable.
Oh!
Fruit
You
rinds,
can litter, but only in the places we hate.
meat, those kinds of things. Fish need to eat as well.
Fish eat meat, it's canon.
Oh. I hope I never get thrown into the sea. I
I'm gonna
almost
go
got
upstairs.
thrown in once on the ship I work at. They told me they might, but they didn't. So maybe I'd visit you someday. if I got thrown in again.
I think they might try to kill you again, but I would vouch for you. You've proven yourself a stalwart warrior. And your undeadness aside, I may have misjudged you, Noi.
Maybe. Anyways, I'm gonna sit here.
Are y'all headed into the Weeping Willow?
Yeah.
Yep.
Great. As you head in, Noi, you notice in the corner 2 of the black armored guards seemingly just like having a drink, and they kind of give you a glance as you walk in. They weren't there when you first got here. Most of the people went to the other tub.
Stares a little too long, realizes he shouldn't be staring at them, and just...
Cool. And they kind of track you all the way to wherever you're going. Are you going straight to the room?
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
Cool. You're in the room. You sleep. It's a long rest. I don't want to like push anybody, but like I'm trying to speed through because that fight definitely took longer than I thought it would.
you're
Always
good.
do.
Noi is working on some little paper crafts, is all I'll say. I won't draw it out, but yeah, he's working on little paper craft type things. He's
Cute.
putting them in little envelopes, and yeah, just
That's
say that.
cute.
That's his nighttime thing.
Cool. The morning comes, the same knocks from that you saw the first time you came, and you hear, after all the knocks, foot settle like right outside your door. And there's another knock.
There's people sleeping in here, and he'll look at Wally, who's probably still fast asleep, if I remember correctly.
Yep. Oversleeper Wally.
You still have to pay me, you know.
Oh,
8 silver.
right now?
Well, you said you would pay me when you came back, and you're back.
Dot will kind of like roll over and like just like slide a gold piece on the ground and try to like shoot it under the door.
And you hear it make contact with a foot. Have a good morning. And he heads downstairs. Okay. The morning is
Bye.
yours. And after you've been kind of just ambiently chilling, because you're not really sure what Cytherea had planned for you. She didn't tell you anything. Wally,
Hey.
you hear her voice through the sending stone.
Oh.
At your leisure, meet me at the docks, please.
All right. We can do that. See you then.
Is that what wakes Wally up? Is that what wakes Wally up?
Probably.
He opens his eyes and Dot's like standing over him with an ice cube and just like slowly puts the ice cube back.
No. Well, our friend's at the docks. She said we should go and meet her at our leisure.
So not urgent.
I believe that's what at our leisure means, so yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think so. Right?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't got anything else really to do. I'm kind of just... I wasn't originally going here. I was going past here, you know? But... So I got nothing here for me. Especially this fucking barkeeper who doesn't know who I am.
Just give me like 2 minutes.
And Dot's gonna go find some water and he's gonna pull out this little wooden thing with like little square holes in it and fill it up with water and then use like Ray of Frost to freeze it and refill his ice pouch. It's got more ice cubes.
Nice.
Dot, I actually made something for you last night. If you want it, it's okay if you don't.
I like things.
He'll like hold you out to you like an envelope with the wax seal on it. And
Oh,
look
wow.
over at the rest of you guys and go, "Oh, I'll make things for you guys eventually. I'm just really slow at it." So, anyways, and I haven't made one of these for a while, but I thought you'd like it. And he'll give you the envelope, Dot.
Thank you. Is this a letter?
Well, there's a letter in there. Yeah. But there's also something else that I thought you might like. I don't know. But
Can I open it, or do I need to like wait, or?
you can open it whenever you want. I mean, at your leisure.
Okay.
And Dot'll like fumble around, and he's got like a really small, dull dagger on him, and he'll like carefully try to like cut under the wax seal to keep the wax seal in place. But he'll probably like mess it up and slice a piece of it off, open it up.
With a letter, there's also like 3 badly cut paper snowflakes. Like you could tell where like he tried to make them and then used the mending to fix it and then kept making it. Yeah.
Aw.
He'll be like, I haven't made some of these for a while, but I don't know, I just thought you might like them. I know they're not the real thing, but yeah.
That's
kind of
so
what
cool.
I can do.
It'll like remind me of it when I don't have any. I'm gonna keep these in my pocket.
Oh, really?
Yeah, always.
Whoa, that's a long time, always.
Well, I mean, it could be. It also could not be, like, depending on, what happens. Because, like, if I burst into a ball of flames or something.
Well,
Flames are bad.
that's true. I could make you more if that happens. I have
Okay.
more paper.
Deal.
Okay. That's all.
Cool. Are y'all headed down to the docks?
On the way.
Sure.
Cool. As you get there, when you first arrived, there goes my amethyst. As you arrived, it was kind of overcast. There was some nice like sunspots that would come through every now and then. And now, as you're headed down to the docks, it's a pure overcast. The clouds are a little bit, they're still light, but there's no sunspots to speak of. And you see Satreya kind of sitting there impatiently next to a small like canoe type boat. It's not like the big ships that you arrived on or that are down the dock. It's a smaller boat. And she sees you all and waves you over. And once again, I forgot to name an NPC. 1 second. And she introduces you to the boatman, who's not the same boatman.
Oh man.
The boatman.
One of them must
And-
gone.
And he says,
Snake.
all right. She says, this is... I'm stalling.
Bob.
This is Armin. He's also a part of our little plot, and he's going to take you to Fairwood to help out over there. Fairwood's a lovely place. I think you'll enjoy it. He can be trusted, because I trust him.
Armin, are you from the Hammer clan, perhaps? Armin Hammer.
He gives you kind of a head tilt.
How do you do that so fast?
And kind of shakes his head and is very confusedly looking at you.
No relation, I'm sure.
I've never had a last name. I
see.
suppose Hammer could be my last name. That's a nice name. Armin
You're
Hammer.
scribbling.
Oh my god.
I just need to like look at you. It's like, give me a name, Matt. So, as you all are getting in the boat, and Noyam is also there. It's a nice little. It's wide enough for the chair to fit comfortably. And Satreya waves you off, and you take off it's a nice little boat across a nice little bay, and now you get your first look at Shinvild. This is what you assume is the Athenium that holds the center of this archipelago. And the water, there's a thick fog surrounding the base of this. And it looks like, frankly, it looks like shit. It looks like it's just been destroyed and burnt and you don't get good vibes coming from it. But you are headed across the water, so not toward it, but across it, to this little area. And as you get closer, you see it's kind of a swampland type thing. There's a kind of a green, like, glow coming from it from all just the particles in the air. It's a swamp. And I need to get some music going. I mixed a track for this. You come up to the dock in this little swamp, and you see there's a couple guys sitting around this stable. You can't really see what's in the stable, but as you get closer, you kind of catch a glimpse of these like yellow bird things. Can you see that?
Yes.
They're birds, they're all in saddles, and they're kind of just vibing in the stables.
There we are.
And as your boat pulls up, one of the humanoids looks at you all like, "Hey, wanna ride a chocobo?"
What?
A chocobo! They're like horses, but better.
If only
If you're
Woody were
going-
here.
If you're going to Fairwood, this is the only way to go. Your tiny legs wouldn't last in the marsh.
But do they have any my size?
Yeah,
Oh.
the saddles are adjustable. And they're really, as the humanoid's talking, they're really like getting excited. You can tell they've kind of been like cooped up for a little bit, and they're getting antsy. So, you riding? They're free because they just come right back to me.
Are they safe though?
Oh yeah,
Can I like
Nothing-
insight check them to see if
yeah,
I'm gonna ride this to my death?
Hey,
As a scared little man.
yes.
yeah, handing out these, I don't know. Wow.
They are very safe. Like they look, you could just like go up and cuddle one of them. They're so sweet.
Okay, I mean maybe you're right. I just. That's
We
the
do
only
have-
way.
Well, I mean, you could hoof it, but I wouldn't recommend that. The marsh is dangerous, and these guys know the way better than you ever could.
Probably. Given time, though.
Can
They're
Velos
self-driving.
Can Velos insight check Noi? See Noi's reaction, just like this change of heart is kind of
Sure.
Okay.
rapid. Velos
Sure,
is
roll it, I
still
guess.
pretty unsure of
Oh my god.
Noi.
You know that the only thing Noi can do is have wisdom, and and he's assessed the situation. He's from around here, I guess. Seems like he's just thought about it a little bit more.
Velos remains suspicious.
That's fair.
Okay, so are you riding chocobos?
I'm riding some chocobos.
Cool.
It reminded me of that thing from Up.
Oh,
Like,
Final
yeah.
Fantasy?
Kevin from Up, the like
It's kind of,
little bird.
Okay, so
but
you they have a little like adjustable saddle for the chair, and so you just kind of sit in your chair. It's like a floating like carriage like attachment thing. You all get your chocobos, and he's like, "All right, off to Fairwood you go," and he smacks one on the butt, and they all take off. And you're riding through this swamp. I just really I wanted an excuse to play this music. That's really it.
Squad goals on the chocobos.
And then you're riding through, and they seem to know every right turn to take. And you, as you're riding through, you see it was right to ride these chocobos because the marsh can get pretty deep at points. Like some of your feet almost touch the water and the base of the chocobo as they're running through. And you see it was a good idea. And eventually, after about 5 or 10 minutes, you arrive in Fairwood, and this copyrighted music stops.
it really do be like that.
And then you are now, it's a cute little swamp town. The black armored guard presence that you noticed in Fernsworth is gone here. It's basically entirely civilians wielding spears, and I'm trying to get the right music. Here we go. because there are no more chocobo sounds. And as you get off of them, they take off back the way they came. It's mostly humanoids, like civilians holding spears and sitting on corners, just kind of watching everyone that comes and goes. There's no guard presence really at all. And there's a bunch of places that kind of look like shops, kind of look like maybe houses. You don't really know. But it's probably about midday at this point.
Look at
What
this.
do you...
Fresh meat. A new town to, well, make sure they know who I am, right? And make sure they know who you are. Pointing at Velos.
I'm sure they already know your name, Wally. You
They
are
better.
world renowned.
You are right.
Wally.
Soon, all of
Real-
us will be world renowned. Is it?
Real quick, in your head with the sending stone again, because I realized I forgot to tell you something. So Cytherea talks to you through the sending stone. I forgot to mention, Emil. You need to find Emil. He will be the one to help you get to your next place, because I imagine you're kind of lost right now.
I thought you
Sorry.
meant like a meal like lunch, and I was like, yeah, I could definitely go for a meal right now.
His name's Emil. He's very sweet. Might have to do a little bit of talking to convince him, but I'm sure you're good at that.
You don't know who you're talking to, yeah?
Well, I know your name is Wally.
This is more than a sending stone container,
know.
but I'm rolling with
It's
it.
canon. Cool.
He's got that.
Let's say
instant
it's
messaging.
homebrew. It's homebrew. This entire campaign is homebrew. It's fine. It's like a phone. Let's say it's like a
Invented
phone.
phones.
Cool. So you're in
Well-
Fairwood, and you now know that you need to find someone named Emil.
We need to find someone named Emil. I thought at first that we needed to find a meal, like lunch, and honestly, I could go for lunch right now. So maybe we can do both. Maybe we can find this Emil guy and take him out to lunch, eh?
Maybe he'll take us out to lunch.
Or maybe he'll take us out to lunch.
As long as he
Where the-
doesn't make us lunch.
There you go. Well, find a place that looks big and popular.
It gives you like small town vibes, but you do see one place down this dock. It's like it is in the picture. There's like marsh in the middle and these like raised docks that you walk on. And near the end of one of them, you see a larger building with an open door. So if you head towards
Like
it,
that might be the one. Do we want to go and check out this large open doored building?
Onward.
cool.
We're still riding our chocobo.
No, you got off the
Okay.
chocobos. They stopped and they would not go further. So, and then as soon as you got off of them, they turned around and went back the way you came. So you,
Snake?
Hmm?
Was there a giant snake waiting if we didn't ride the chocobos?
no, it would just take you like 6 hours.
The Fairwood Golem?
But yeah, you approach this building, and you enter, it doesn't look like much from the outside, but as you enter, it does look like a tavern. And given the vibe of the rest of this place, it doesn't look like much from the outside. Crowded. I'm waiting there it is. And inside you see some bulkier guys arm wrestling in the corner, some people quietly playing chess in the other corner, and a couple of tables are empty, and at one of the tables there's a face-down half-orc who's too far in his drinks. And yeah, it's a nice little cozy place. There's a guy there's a lady behind the bar who's just polishing some glasses, as they all do in my world. And so you are free to enter.
Now this is my speed of a bot. You guys want to grab a table and I can start talking up the woman?
Of course. Noi, spy us a table.
What? Spy?
While he'll start walking towards the bar.
Spy us a table?
Use those peepers of yours.
What does that mean?
I'm trying to use more casual language for the common folk around us, so they don't feel
I
so
don't-
intimidated by us.
I've only been alive a year. I don't know the common folk language.
Use your eyes and look
Oh.
around for a table.
Okay. He'll like hold up his hands. And like make a really dramatic like a telescope motion.
There are a couple of empty tables, so you can really have your pick. They're all in the center of the room. All the ones in the corners are taken up by people.
Okay, he'll kind of stare and see where people like don't look away from him the quickest and go to that table.
Cool. And that ends up being the table next to the people playing chess. They're pretty focused, and they barely give you a glance and get right back to their game.
Okay, he'll roll up to the table and just place both his hands and just sit at the table, like holding the table.
Great.
He is holding the table.
Meanwhile, Dot has cast invisibility on himself and is going to go over to the sleeping half-orc man and see how many ice cubes he can stack on him before he notices.
Okay.
So it's just ice cubes appearing and...
Okay. Let me get there 1 second.
What the fuck is this party?
Okay, so go ahead and make, I guess, a stealth check. Because you're placing cubes.
Sure.
Please crit.
Crit fail.
Oh, you get that sweet advantage because you're invisible, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll just do another one. Ah, so much better.
Slightly better.
They're like falling over, so he's like setting his hand on the guy's face, like to prop it up against.
He rolled a 19 perception. So the first one, he kind of stirs a little bit and looks around and grabs the ice cube and kind of clumsily throws it and goes right back to being face down.
That's
If you'd like to continue, that will just repeat.
He's just gonna rinse and repeat.
Okay, go ahead and try again.
Okay. I was just gonna.
Okay, this time you just managed to keep just layering them and layering them
Nice.
until eventually he just wipes them off and kind of gives a blind swing behind him.
Or clocks me upside down.
Let's see. Let's see if he does anything. No. So it's just a blind swing. He completely misses.
Dot at this point is just gonna be like, I might get hurt. So just like waddle. he'll go sit down next to Noi, but he's still invisible.
He'll dawdle waddle. Okay. And Wally, you said you're walking up to the bar?
Yeah.
All right. As you walk up, you catch the barmaid's eye. She goes, "Hello, darling. What can I do for you?"
Oh, you look like you're interested. Somebody who might already know who I am before I step into the building.
Are you, if you're from here, I'm sorry I don't know you, but...
God damn it. World famous Dr. Flamine. Ring any bells?
Well, if you're a doctor, that's cool.
It's a stage name.
Well,
Anyways, me and four of my goons over here would like some drinks and to hit you up for one.
Of course. What would you like?
Well, what's so special?
Well, all right. So this sounds gross, right? But it's called bog water. It's not literal bog water. It's a nice lime sparkly thing. Do you want some of those?
I want 5 of them.
Right, you are.
One
Those
for
will be
you,
right out
Missy.
to your table. Which table are you at?
I'll point to Noi.
Awesome. I'll have them out in just a few minutes.
Thank you, darling.
You're
I'll
welcome,
give her
sweetie.
A wink.
She'll give you a cheeky little wink back. You're both equally yeah. All right. So now you have reserved
I'll
drinks.
over to the group.
Cool. I'm assuming all of you are at that table.
Did they know who you were? I mean, of course they did. What did they know about you?
She thought I was a doctor, like a medical doctor, which is not what I am. So no, she didn't know me.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. What kind of fucking people do these people think they are? Not knowing who Dr. Farmind is.
Has anybody seen Dot?
You know, now that you mention it, I have not.
I haven't seen him either.
Yeah.
I can sometimes still hear his voice, I thought we had a good friendship going.
my god.
It's about it.
Yeah.
It's about at this point she brings you drinks out and places them on the table. And on her tray, she has a couple extra that she kind of drops off as she makes her round.
As she like passes by me, I'll just kind of like grab her arm, like lightly grab it, like not like not forceful, but just like hey. So we're looking for this guy named Emil. Know where we can find him?
Emil, bless his heart. He's actually right there at that table. He hasn't been the same. He's been here nearly every day for like 10 months. Hasn't been quite the same. I don't really know what happened, but he's not much of a talker to me.
Don't be the orc.
Yeah,
It's the half orc who's too far in his drink.
Rip.
That's why I had
Chat
you
for
rolling,
Emil.
because he has a character sheet.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's too far in his drinks. And she kind of gestures like, bless his heart. He hasn't been happy in like 10 months.
Well, he's about to meet me.
That's understandable.
I
Is
can
that all
give him
you
more
want?
ice. That
No.
makes me happy.
Dot?
Well, all of the ice I have, I kind of have to preserve because we only get it every few months,
You just freeze it.
Do I look like I have the ability to freeze?
She's just talking to a disembodied voice.
Yeah, she's talking.
Yeah. Well, she assumes she's talking to like someone.
He's probably holding the drink. She
Wait,
gave him.
you can hear him too?
But I hear a voice, and you don't know what I've seen,
No,
or what
I
I
don't.
haven't seen, really.
I don't know.
Before we start talking crazy, let's start talking rooms, because we would like to be staying here for probably a while. And I'm a world famous storyteller, so I get free rooms here, right, darling?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, that's a... Who said the bad one? Oh, that's a bad roll. Only a 14.
Nice.
You know what? I like you.
Not the that one.
And I haven't had a couple people stay in here in a room for a long time, so it'd be nice to get some use out of them.
If
Poor
any
Emil
people
here has
buy
just
you a
been sleeping
drink,
on the table.
so I can buy you a drink tonight, too. 'Cause-
Well, I work here, so I can just make my drinks myself.
and I can buy you one. That you can't do.
So you buy me a drink.
And we
from
get the
me.
rooms. Deal. And I hold my hand out to shake your hand.
She's still confused by the fact that she'd still have to make the drink that you're buying anyway. And it would be but she takes your hand and shakes it. She says, well, there's only 2 rooms up there, so take your pick.
Will do, ma'am. Thank you.
And continues to walk around and deliver drinks, putting yet another on Emil's table, which he kind of reaches out and just puts a hand on.
Well, you heard the woman. Mr. Emil is out on the table. So I've dealt with a few drunken people in my day, but that guy does not look like he wants to talk anytime soon.
Kept
God,
batting
seems-
away my ice towers.
Dot seems to have a way with strange people. Perhaps he could be the one to broach this man.
Break the ice, as they say.
Oh,
Indeed.
Don't
that
break
was
the
really
ice.
clever.
No. Why would you break it?
If only he were here.
Man,
Yeah.
that sure is unfortunate.
Dot, are you invisible?
Yeah. I was putting ice on
Noise
that
gonna
orc guy's
cast
head.
see invisibility. Oh, I see him now. He's right there.
If only
That's
he were
still holding
here.
the drink.
I can see him now.
Yes, if only he were here.
Yeah, I was putting ice on that guy's head earlier.
He's gonna
Being
point towards the
gaslit
orc.
right now by a Triton.
If Dot were here, maybe he should go over and see Emil and tell him to come and sit with us. I can buy him a drink, eh?
That's a good idea.
That's gonna still invisible. Go over and tap Emil on the shoulder.
Hey,
Ugh.
buddy. Hey.
He clumsily lifts his head up, kind of looks
Hey.
around.
Yeah, I'm right here. Yeah, you see those people over there?
And he's gonna point.
He's gonna.
You're invisible.
Yep,
So he's
exactly.
Just kind of not looking in that direction. He's like looking behind.
To your
him.
no, to your left. Little more. Yep, right there. Yeah, those guys. You see that? Well, they're all short, but you see the short one?
After a second, he just puts his head back down.
No.
He's
That'll like try to pull his head up, but like he's really weak, so it's not going. It'll just be like a little tug.
It's a drunk guy's head. I mean,
Yeah.
This don't need too much strength.
Yeah. So Dot will like point it at the table and be like, "Those guys will buy you drinks, man."
And he's just like, he's out with your hand still holding him up. He's very drunk.
Guys, I don't think he wants drinks.
Since Dot isn't here, I suppose I will take it upon myself to go and solve this
He's
problem.
right there. I know that you're superior in a lot of ways, but in this case, you can't see him and I can, and he's right there.
I have to take it upon myself to handle this problem. And
Unbelievable.
Velos is going to walk up, and he's going to just slap his hand on the back of the half-orc's back, and he's going to use Lay on Hands to end a disease or neutralize one poison. So he's going to neutralize the alcohol, which is the poison affecting him.
Yeah.
Nice. And he kind of looks up like, he felt that, and he looks at you like, what the hell?
My friends and I need to speak with you. Also, there's ice all around you for some reason, unrelated.
I thought I felt ice. Why? What?
Please, come over at our table and you can poison yourself again.
He still has the full drink. And so with a sigh, he throws it back and just kind of like, whatever, and stands and walks
Ice
over.
cubes and all.
Little frosty.
And he walks over. There's very deep bags under his eyes, and he looks like shit. He's very sad. He's a sad little man. And he just kind of stands near your table and just looks at you.
Now,
Hey,
please
hey.
sit.
Not in that chair, though. There's someone there.
And he's still waving off a little bit of the tired, but he sits next to the chair that Dot is invisibly in. And just sits like, what?
We have a friend who told us to come and find you. Now, I don't remember her name,
Citrea.
but my fearless leader does, Zithrea. Eh?
Sathrea?
Yeah.
She's been dead for months. What do you mean?
No.
Those fucking cultists killed her.
Do you want to talk to her?
I think she came back.
Like, what?
People do that.
No,
Death isn't the end.
I can talk to her?
Yeah. Right now.
Yeah.
He kind of looks around, like, how?
I'm Dr. Farmine. I got ways. Do you trust me or not? Are you here for this conversation or not?
I mean, if I can talk to her, that'd be great.
Pull out the sending stone. Flick it over to him.
And he grabs it, and he doesn't
You seen
really...
that before? Anything?
I've seen them before, sure, but I've never used one.
Do it. Try it.
He doesn't really know what he's doing, but he's like, I don't know what I'm doing. Hello? This is a meal? And remind me, is it audible or is it just to the person holding the stone?
Like the words he's saying?
The words that reply.
Oh, it's just in his head, right?
Great.
I think so.
So
Yeah.
he kind of trails off after, and there's a couple of moments of silence where his eyes widen, and the stone kind of falls out of his hand, like,
Hey, no, I need that. I need that.
sorry, shit. And he hands it back, and he's kind of shaken, like, I thought she died.
What? lot of
That's
people
what I was
died.
led to believe. The cultists killed everybody.
Well, that's what happens when you let shitty people take over shitty places. They tell shitty lies.
Well, we were sure to drive those cultists out, but they made it very clear their goals. Well, I'm Emil. If you know Cethrea, you probably know I'm a scholar of the Athenium too. And why did she send you here?
Because we're here to, take care of the shit. Fix everything. I don't have the exact details memorized. I only tell the gist of stories,
I think we're saving the library.
That
You cleared the library?
Yeah, we fought a dragon.
we did.
It was scary.
That's cool.
Right?
It was
You know-
not cold, actually.
Cool. And you notice with his smile, he's missing one of his big old teeth. He only has a single tooth.
Toof.
And that's what he
Toothless.
looks like. I'm in my picture there at the bottom of the screen. That's what he looks like. He's a goofy little half orc.
Look at that lad.
That's gonna drop invisibility.
We were talking the whole time, man.
Okay. Well, what are your names, I guess?
Fearless leader?
I am Velos Arkham, Trident of the 3rd rank.
Cool.
And I'm Wally, his faithful servant.
Cool.
I'm Noeem Van Triton the second, but different Triton.
The same Triton.
Yeah, the same Triton.
Okay.
And I'm Dot.
Nice. Well, I wasn't quite prepared to go, I've never actually even been there, so I don't even know what to expect, but, the cultists destroyed, what we call Tay's hide. Also, we can speak freely here because the cultists they know to stay away because we just kill them if they came.
Oh,
Tay's hide was destroyed. I'm not very good right now. And he's gonna faceplant again, just of
do
exhaustion
you
this
need
time.
help?
I'm very tired.
I think he needs a room, and we happen to have one. Maybe we could move him to the room and learn more in the morning.
Very well. An excellent choice, Wally. Please carry the man up to the room.
I will do my best.
And he's fairly light, so it's not. And he's still
Also half his size.
well. He's still semi-conscious, and he's not drunk anymore. He's
I'm
just
also
very
half
tired.
his size.
I still want to watch
Well,
it.
he's more using you as like a cane.
Oh,
And
okay.
like so you get him up to the room, and it is still midday, so if you wanted to like explore the city at all,
Yeah.
do
I'll just
stuff.
put him in a bed and Wally waddle back out to the group.
Cool.
All right. Well, we got time now until he wakes up feeling like a motherfucker. So,
I have a question for you, Noi.
You have a lot of questions for me.
You're a very peculiar and undead person.
Yeah, you never fail to amaze me with your observations sometimes.
Quite astute.
I noticed.
My question is, during the day, how do you talk to the moon?
But the thing about the moon is you just have to trust that it's always there. Sometimes, it looks different. It looks smaller or bigger each day, but you know that it's still the moon. So I trust that it's there. And sometimes in the day you can see it too if you look.
Yes, sometimes, like you, I think, it creeps out unawares of the sun that's out already. Is that true of you?
No. Well, that's a perspective. I don't creep around really. I wouldn't say I'm very sneaky.
It's more of a role.
Yeah.
That's a good point, disembodied voice.
No, I'm here now.
Yeah, Fellows knows. He's just...
So
Dot would still say that.
Are you calling yourself the sun then?
Well, I am radiant and glorious. No, I am not the sun.
Okay, good. Well, you might be a son of somebody, I guess, but yeah, I mean, it's just always there. You just know. I just feel better when I can see it, but I have part of it with me all the time.
You have a part of the moon?
Yeah, that's how I'm alive.
What?
Well,
Those to me.
How did you get the moon?
it came to me. I just, when you become conscious for the first time, it was there.
Yes, that universal experience that everyone has where they first become conscious and the moon comes to them. I see.
That's what I'm saying. I'm glad you understand what I mean. Like, I was living life for, a lot of years, serving Triton, the other one. And then I was conscious, and then the moon spoke to me, and now I'm here. So,
One final question for now. Is the moon made of cheese?
you're the second person to ask me that in this group. I don't eat, so I wouldn't know. I don't need to eat. Maybe it is.
Cool. So are you doing anything else, or is this just your discussion?
I mean, I'd heard the story. It's called Despicable Me. There, the guy steals the moon. Not the same.
Well, I've not heard that one.
No? Maybe I could tell you that one sometime.
I don't know. That sounds really scary. I don't want someone to steal the moon.
No, it goes back. Don't worry. It's a happy story.
Oh, I don't know many happy stories, Wally.
Maybe I should tell you this story then, so then you can know a happy story.
Maybe you could just write me a letter about it. I don't know if I...
It would be a pretty long letter, but I could write it. Do you want me to write? I could. Do you have paper?
Yeah, I have a lot of paper.
Can I have a letter?
Sure, and he'll reach into his bag and rummage through a bunch of stuff. And he'll hand you a letter that's dated from forever ago. It's some misdirected mail that never got delivered. And it's blank on the back. Here, I don't think they need this one anymore. Slide it to you.
I don't think so either.
Dear Varus.
Oh no. Do you have a writing something? Do you have a quill
Oh, yeah.
that I could borrow?
I have a lot. What do you prefer? What kind of nib?
The kind you write with?
Okay.
These different kinds?
Yeah, there's lots of different kinds.
Surprise me.
Okay. And he'll look through his bag and he'll pull out one that has a really vibrant feather on it and hand it to you. I think this one kind of matches your outfit, so.
Good night. They're the same. Alright. I'm gonna start writing this story out for you. I can mail that to you at some point.
Okay.
And Wally will proceed to summarize Despicable Me.
Jesus.
That's
Balls.
emphasizing the moon and anything that has to do with the moon.
And then we steal the moon, and then we steal the moon, and then we steal the moon.
Yep.
So after all of this, about like an hour and a half goes by, and you hear clattering down the stairs because the rooms are like on the second level, and you see Emil very clumsily fall down the stairs, but then recover himself at the bottom. Like
It is Crow for Ruby.
Smooth.
Shut up. And he strides over to the table. He's much better of a mood than he was. Like, all right. Yeah. So, Taze Hyde, we're going. We're bringing back the Athenium, huh?
For the sea.
For the sea, yes. That's that Triton.
Wait, hold on. Did we do a long rest? Or what happened?
So,
That was the
No.
night. The night was the long rest.
Okay.
In
Sorry,
Fernsworth.
I was confused. I thought Emil just took a long rest. I was confused.
No, it was a
Like a quick little nap.
power
Extended
nap.
short rest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, gotcha. I was
Yeah, you took
confused.
the long rest, and if you want to count it as a short rest, but you also haven't done anything.
No, I haven't done anything. I was
So-
just wondering if I needed to redo my d20s or not.
No. So yeah, it's like, do you feel ready? He's trying to match your energy, Velas. Because he's a soft little boy. He's like, do we feel ready to go?
No, but we'll do it anyway.
We are ready. As long as we do it for the sea and the moon, we can do anything.
Okay, I'll be doing stuff for the Athenium, but
the
that's
sea.
okay. And the
Nice.
sea.
And what are you doing it for?
The story.
Just to feel his leader for Velos.
Okay, so still for
Good
the
answer.
sea.
So my extension for the sea, right?
Yes.
And Emil very proudly starts to walk out the door, but kind of half trips on one of the stools, and collects himself and keeps walking.
I pause in like the part after Vector takes off with the moon and fold it up to finish writing later.
You know too much about that movie. All right,
I've seen it too many times.
are y'all headed out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. The barmaid gives you a little wave. You didn't pay for the drinks, but she's okay with it. And y'all start to head out. The tavern is kind of the end of this dock, so you have to kind of go around to one of the crosses and then back. And Emil is very kind of proudly trying to like fake it till you make it type of thing. And so you follow him pretty easily. He's kind of slow. And you eventually come across this little, like, it's in rocks almost. It's like a little like cave. And looking around, Wally especially, you would notice this should be a swamp, but it's very dry. And there's like no life. And I'm going to stop the tavern music because you're not in the tavern anymore. There should be like life and stuff here, but there's just not. And you've arrived at Taze Hyde. And it's a cute little, like, it looks like it does in the picture. There's like one little room held up by like sticks. And as you walk up, it's kind of stony. There's some little purple crystals scattered about. But it's largely there. Do you all go in?
Yeah, could Velas pocket one of these crystals real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah, he just grabs one and sticks it in.
Cool. You now have a crystal. And you walk in, and it's this cute little, like, it's a little ransacked, obviously, from battle. That ladder is not there, by the way. This is just the closest picture I could find. It's a cute little, like, it looks like someone's living room. There's a couple broken lyres, one, like, snapped lute, one intact lute that Emil quickly runs over to. He's like, oh, I forgot my lute here. I can finally get it back. And he kind of hugs it.
I see you are also a purveyor of the arts, specifically the stringed arts. I'll take
Yeah.
fire.
Hey! And he's very much just hugging his lute. It's very important to him. There is, as you're walking through, on one of the walls, exactly, there's a large painting on one of the walls. And at the base of the painting, can you see that? Okay. And on the floor, there's some kind of like, you know how like if you walk in a certain place on carpet for a long time, it kind of like indents there? There's that sort of thing with 4 spots on the floor. What would y'all like to do? Because this can't be all, you know? Like if you're saving Tay's hide, there's nothing to save yet. It's a tiny little room. And then this painting.
Oh, wait,
Emil.
what do we do now? Oh, sorry.
Yeah?
Why does this place look so terrible?
Well, the siege, the cultists. I haven't been here since all of that. I've been basically in my cups for 10 months. Because they all died and I couldn't do anything to help them, so...
Well, they're not all dead now, so...
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know... There's a second chamber that I've heard of, but I've never been. And I realized I've dropped his voice, but he's still talking.
His silver voice.
Yeah.
Who is this in this painting?
Oh, the painting, I think that's Celia and I don't remember his name, but they're 2 of the like highest level followers of Tay. They had this painting done a few years ago.
Lots of people like to look at it because it looks like lots of people stand there really close to the painting. So does it just look better up close? I don't really know how paintings work.
I mean, I guess. I've never noticed that. Huh. I wonder. And he goes to stand in, and they're like foot-shaped. And he stands in one. And the other, nothing really happens. He's just kind of standing there. Like, I can't really see most of the painting now. The details are nice, I guess.
Is there anything behind the painting? Perhaps a safe? That's a thing you surface dwellers do, right?
Tay doesn't really hide things. She's very free-minded, very open. She doesn't have much to hide.
Player Matt wants to make an insight check on people don't, or she doesn't hide things, but that's not. Velos is not doing that.
Yeah.
Hiding things in this economy.
And Noi, with your passive perception, you notice as Emil's grip on his lute kind of shifts from this to more of like a playing pose. There's a little slight flicker of something in a square around the painting.
Yeah, unfortunately, Noi is just really dumb. So King, I love him, but I think his intelligence is 6 or 7, so I gotta play this one out. Are you gonna play? Is being really close to paintings like inspire you to play your lute or something? You're like holding it.
Well, I was just gonna put it on my back with my thing, but if you think I should play, I could try.
Sure, yeah.
He plunks out a little tune, and the glowing stays. It's very faint. Only really Noi and maybe Dot would notice this very faint glowing in like a square around the painting as he's playing. And he stops and the glowing stops.
Were you doing that?
Was I doing what? Because he's nose to nose. He's nose to nose with this painting, basically. There was glowing? There was glowing?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What?
I don't
Were
know.
you channeling the light of the moon?
Maybe?
Whoa. And Noi will come closer. Just like look right at the painting.
By the light of the moon.
Oh, if it was glowing,
Maybe.
maybe. And he shifts to the other set of foot-shaped indents in the ground and starts playing, and the glowing starts exactly like it was. And he's still very close to me. He's like, did the glowing happen again?
Yeah.
I'm really close now, so I can't see.
No, it did. It definitely did.
Am I supposed to be looking for this glowing? I don't see anything.
Now, see, like right here.
Do it again.
He'll plunk out a little tune.
Oh.
And
I see it now.
Wally, you should join.
Yeah, okay. I'll pull out my lyre and standing wherever the fuck he was, just starts playing.
cool. The glowing gets very, very intense. And you notice it gets even more, well, you don't notice because you're right there, but Dot, you would notice that it gets more intense as Emil kind of shifts subconsciously to fit the pose of, he's on the Drow's side. He's facing, like, he's on that side and, like, almost to her pose.
Wait, Wally, can you stand like the person behind you?
Eh?
Like, so, okay, the glowing got bigger when Emil, like, looked like the drow.
That's the one on the left?
It's the blue one.
The answer is yes, George.
Yes.
I mean, I'm a little bit more handsome than that guy, but sure, I can do it. Like, and I'll kind of try and, like, you know.
Cool. As you do, the glowing gets horrendously bright, and as you complete your song, however you play, the glowing stops, but a seam remains. And as soon as the glowing is completely faded, it kind of swings a little bit to make a little bit of like a handle.
Perform.
There's a
Yeah,
handle here
yeah.
now.
Can Dot pull on the handle?
Yeah, and it's like it's revealed to be a door of some sort out of the wood, and it swings open to reveal a very, very, very dark hallway.
Can Dot cast Dancing Lights, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
Yes, Dancing Lights.
Okay.
Dancing ice.
Yeah, and four little like circular. Four little circular square cubic ice cubes will pop up and just like sort of rotate around Dot.
Nice. So it's like kind of a dirt hallway, like stone, kind of like a cave type thing. If y'all head in, as soon as the last person is in, the door closes behind you, and you're in darkness except for the dancing lights. You continue down this path a little bit, and then you get to a point with 5 branching off paths.
One
All
each,
the-
right?
Hold on.
Oh,
No, that was a joke. That was a joke. We probably shouldn't do
That does
that.
seem to be the most efficient way to explore all of these paths.
No.
I don't think so.
I happen to agree with you.
Efficient, yes. Smart, no.
Emil kind of pushes, because he was in the back. Emil kind of pushes in front of you all, like, oh, excuse me, and kind of catches one of the strings on his lute on probably Wally's sleeve as he pushes by. And Noi, you get the faintest sense of a tiny, like, blue glow for just half a second, and then it goes away.
How'd you do that?
How did I do what?
You made blue light appear.
I made blue?
Yeah, it was kind of cool. I don't know what you did. Actually, I probably saw. 'Cause,
You probably heard the lute.
you did something with your lute.
It caught on Wally's sleeve. Maybe if and he'll literally take his lute and just like rub it on your arm,
Ow.
and it happens again. It's a very faint glow, and then as the sound fades, as does the lights. Did it happen again?
Yeah, but I don't know why it happened.
Maybe and he plays just a chord, and Noi and Dot especially, it's very faint and it gets brighter. A bunch of crystals on the ceiling are what's causing the blue glow, and you see they lead down the second from the right, the path to the second from the right, and then they fade again.
It's probably that way.
Eh?
Well, see, so the crystals on the roof that are glowing go that way.
I do not see them, but I trust you.
You know, there are lots of fish that use glowing lures to lead you into their mouths, to eat you.
Oh,
I don't feel like being eaten today. Maybe we shouldn't go that way then.
But there's other ones that lurk in the dark.
That's true.
Oh, God. Am I going to get eaten either way this goes?
Yes.
I think we're getting eaten either way.
Follow the light. It's like moonlight, right, Noe?
No, but yeah.
Wally, do you know any like folk songs? Because I haven't played in a little while. I'm rusty. Or like any songs, really?
Me?
Yeah. You're a music.
Famous performer. I am the Dr. Farmine. I have been playing this motherfucker for like 50 years.
Okay. Can
So
you?
the answer is yes.
And as you're playing, all of you can now see the crystals. With each note, they get really bright, and then as the note fades, they fade back down, and then they show you the way.
That's not a very good playing. Only
It's enough.
is not at his best.
Yeah. And as you're walking through these paths, after a couple, like a minute or two, you come across a body in black armor, in black leather armor. And it looks like he's starved to death. Like he's dead. It's not alive. But it looks very like dehydrated and as you keep walking, there's another. That's a different person, also black armor. There's an empty bottle next to him. There's some cards. And you get to this room. Hopefully you all have access to your tokens. I think I did that. Okay, so as you enter this room, it's been it looks like shit. I say that a lot, but it's been ransacked. The two bodies are also, there's black leather armor scattered in this corner. One person appears to have died in their sleep. The other is slouched on the table. It looks like this might be someone's apartment or something, but it's just a mess. I need the music to be happening. There we go. Okay. So, and there's a doorway up here. So if there's anything you'd like to look at, but it's like a hallway up this way.
Oh shit, they got a piano here. I haven't played one of these in a long time. And I'll hop up under the little seat and just tickle the ivories a little bit.
A lot of the strings are broken, so you only hear every other note, and the notes you do hear are out of tune. So imagine a really old ragtime piano that's never been worked on ever.
Nice.
Sounds like that.
Velos would like to check the bodies, one or both, if you can, and just kind of try to determine what they died from. Check the state of decay and all that stuff.
Yeah, they've been dead for a while.
Okay.
They appear to have they're very malnourished. They appear to have died of starvation or the like.
Okay.
And
I was gonna say there's not any
intelligence.
open wounds or anything. I mean, for this I can make a medicine check or intelligence check.
Intelligence, because you can tell that they died from natural causes. Okay, and you can kind of put together that how hard it was for you to get in here means it's equally as hard to get out.
Okay.
So they maybe were trapped here.
Seems as though these may have been trapped here and starved, or worse, died of dehydration to be cut off from the sea. What a fate.
And you do notice the black armor, too.
Do we know what this place was? There's just a lot of...
Emil is shaken. He's like, this was Tay's hide. You had, it's a privilege to be granted this space down here. This is where the greatest performers would all congregate and share stories and write and perform, and Tay herself lived down here. She doesn't like death, but this is off. This isn't normal.
Are either of these Tay?
No. I don't know who they are. He's
Noi?
kind of...
Do they look familiar to you?
What? Why would they look familiar to me?
Well, because, you're dead and all of that.
He'll roll over to one and look at them. And, look back at his hand, look at them, and be like, I wasn't like a dead body. I was like a servant to the necromancer. So I'm a little different. I wasn't like this, so I don't know them.
I understand.
I don't think you do, but that's okay.
Emil pipes up. Maybe there's some clues in the pantry, and he kind of speedwalks this direction.
It sounds like such an excuse. I gotta go get some food real quick.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some clues in the pantry. Oh man.
If you all follow,
Yeah.
or if there's anything else you'd like to do in here.
Noi kind of lingers looking at one of them way too long, like, do I know them? And then he keeps going.
I'm still at this shitty piano until somebody tells me to leave.
Wally, I think we're following into the pantry.
Oh. Damn. Okay. Next time, Desi. And I'll scoot over and slide down.
And Dot will be right back. And just checking, you can only see the long hallway, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Cool. So there's a door here, a door here,
This is a big ass pantry.
and a door here. Well, I think there's... And Emil typed...
They were
well, I think
stacked in this gold.
I think it's... did you... was that Haley saying it or Noi saying it?
I wasn't saying that.
Okay. Pipes up like, well, I think this was like a kitchen, pantry, storage type thing. This was like an apartment, so at least from what I heard, So there are three
Still a
doors.
big ass pantry.
I mean, yeah. And it's also, it continues on this way a little bit. There's like a doorway here.
Well, Emil, door 1, 2, or 3?
Don't make me make a choice.
Door number 1 it is. And Velos would just go up and rip the door open.
Well, it's unlocked.
He's just
Born in
yanking on it.
Baltimore.
It opens, and it's a nice little kitchen. You know, it's a little messy, but like you understand how it could work. Clearly, the two out in the first room were using it because it's a mess. But there's a bunch of barrels. It's primarily all used stuff, but
They didn't even clean up after themselves.
if there's anything you'd like to investigate in there or keep going.
I mean, it just seems like mostly junk. He's not really interested.
Cool.
Door number 2. And he's just going to go and yank that one also.
This room is also open.
It's like
Oh, the
a
door is
game
also
show.
open. I'm not on the right thing.
Wally's got your back, just like 2 daggers in hand, ready to if something shows up.
Okay. I have to do weird to reveal it all. But it's a storage room. There's a bunch of crates, a bunch of chests. Whole bunch of stuff.
Are the chests just open, or do they seem open, or?
They're closed, but they don't seem like locked or anything.
Okay. He'll pop open 1 or 2 of them just to see what's in, and then If there's
One of the chests has 2 lesser health potions,
grab those.
and the rest are empty except for this one has just a dagger.
And grab the dagger too.
Cool. They just seem to be ransacked. Okay. Yeah. This looks just to be like some like typical like storage room or something.
And when Velos comes back out, he'll hand the dagger to Wally. I found another one for your collection. And I found these 2 potions of healing. I think that you, and he'll hand one to Dot, could use this, and Wally, if you don't mind taking this one, might help you out.
If you are telling me to, sir, I'll gladly take it off you.
Much appreciated, man.
Okay. So if you're going to the next door,
Onward.
this one is definitely locked, and it doesn't seem to be locked by like normal means. There's a faint blue glow coming from the handle.
Velos will try for probably longer than he should, just try to rip it open.
Yeah.
After getting winded doing it, he'll say, "It seems this door is locked by magical means."
Magical? And Emil's like behind y'all, kind of hugging the wall.
I can open this if you would like.
Well, I didn't know any of the doors were like magically locked. Why would that? That doesn't make sense.
If we cut the door out,
My thought exactly.
I mean, we can rebuild doors, right?
Or break the wall down.
I don't know if we can rebuild walls, but I know we can rebuild doors.
I could make it not magic.
How?
The moon.
That does make sense, yes.
Really? I don't get told that very often.
I guess. He's like clutching his loot. He's very freaked out by all of this.
And I mean, Noy will kind of look at all of y'all, I guess, and I guess he'll try. He'll
why not?
roll up and place the wax seal on the handle hinge of the door and cast Dispel Magic on the door at 3rd level and see if anything happens.
And remind me how Dispel Magic works.
I can send it if you would like.
Spell of second
yeah,
lower it.
Yeah,
It's
if
the
it's
same
spell
number
of,
or lower.
yeah, 3rd level or lower.
Mhm.
The effect ends.
Great.
Yeah.
So the lock is dispelled, and the faint blue glowing goes away, and it just appears to be a normal door now.
I think you can open it now.
I think I could have opened it before, but I appreciate the help, Noy. And he'll reach
I
forward
thought
and
you-
just yank the door open.
Okay.
Oh.
It opens, and you see a bunch of bodies just piled up on top of each other, bloodied, beat, stabbed.
Oh,
Black
maybe I
armor.
shouldn't have unlocked this door.
Black armor mixed with normal, like, civilian clothes. Just, it seems like if this is where all of the dead ended up, if they weren't dead outside. Velos, I almost called you Voy. I don't know why. You see this scroll on the ground that I'm trying to point out, but I can't.
Yeah, I see
You
it.
see a scroll here.
Yeah, he'll pick it up. He'd also like to check and see if the state of decay on these, if it's natural, if it's accelerated due to magic or some other means, or if they've been eaten by like rats or whatever else.
Some of them seem like they might have been eaten by rats, but most of them just look like they died via stabbing, and now their bodies have just been decomposing here.
Okay. Yeah, he'll grab the scroll and take it.
Okay. What languages do you speak?
A bunch of weird stuff. Deep speech and primordial.
Cool. So
Just
it's
a normal
in
guy.
it's in very old primordial. Like you thought primordial was old. And there's a lot of it's crumpled and there's blood and the ink's faded. So it looks something like that, basically.
It
Not the
says.
dashes.
Whoa, what?
Sorry, my primordial's a little rusty.
Are you okay?
Did you just have a stroke?
Is that what happens when you're underwater for a long time?
It sounds better underwater. That's. I believe I can translate it into common, at least what's here. It'll allow me a few moments. And he'll take however long it takes, I guess, to sit down and, copy it out into common as best he can, with the missing pieces obviously still missing.
Yeah. Cool. So you have that.
Ignore me.
And Emil didn't see this, and he calls out, like, what's in there?
Emil, you better not take a look.
Well, why?
It's not the pantry. You don't want to see it anyways.
Oh,
I think if you had a hard time with the pantry, this will crush you.
oh. That's no less comforting.
Fellows will step out and close the door behind him.
Okay. Cool. So, if you continue down the hallway, it kind of narrows out and the wood gives way to a softer dirt. And it's a very similar hallway to the one you first arrived in. And after a few minutes of walking, you arrive in this beautiful cavern that you get this kind of sense of dread. It doesn't feel... You see its beauty, and you should feel its beauty, but you just feel sadness and pain. And the purple glow is kind of... It's like the green from the initial swamp. There's a light purple glow emanating off of everything, and there's more of those tiny crystals scattered about. And some bigger ones as well. And there's... it's completely dry where you think there should be a river. A lot of the greenery is dead, if not decaying. And it's kind of sad. And as you step through this, you are greeted by the sight of more starved bodies. With bottles and empty plates, and not a good time.
Not want to have been in here whenever all this shit went down.
You do the two by the door. Their black leather armor is next to them, and you can kind of see there's figures up here, but you can't really tell details. It's like a 2-foot, hop, kind of. And Velas, for the sake of it, they all look the same. They all look like they've died of the same... if they look like they're starved, they starved
Sure.
10 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can move freely, however you wish. And as you step up, Velos, perfect right there, you see a small slate on that body. Like a little, piece of stone about a foot wide and maybe 6 inches tall.
Okay.
And it says, but music and singing have been my refuge.
Does it say it in primordial?
No, it's in common.
Okay.
And it says, but music and singing have been my refuge. And the sides are straight and smooth, but the top and bottom are kind of rugged.
I'm no scholar here, but it seems that this is from a larger piece.
Maybe we should keep our eyes out for more of those.
I'll take it with me.
Cool. You now have a slate. And Emil is kind of hanging back. He's not ready to pounce at anything, really. if you continue on,
Yeah.
because there's more.
Oh, where's more? If you order now, you can get another piece.
Wait, there's more.
Can you
Only
see that? Is that being
section.
revealed? There it is.
Yes.
Okay, that. Okay, and Velis, as you step in, you see a small figure, maybe a child, holding a lantern, see you and take off down this hallway.
Velis won't rush after, but he'll put his hand out behind him towards the rest of the group and say, "Caution. I think there's more afoot here than we're aware of. I saw a figure, maybe a child, rush up beyond the path. Based on the state of everything else here, I assume there's something afoot.
They were alive.
They appeared to be alive, but appearances can be deceiving.
Yeah.
You must be cautious." And he'll pull the trident out, like ready to rumble if he needs to.
Do you
Ready to
want,
rumble.
do you want any of us to go and check it out? Any of us smaller, sneakier type?
Perhaps it would be best, yes, but be cautious.
I can be disembodied again if you want.
I can't do that, but I am pretty quiet.
Wally, just a moment. And Velis will pull out a pair of rings from his pouch, and he'll slip one of them on, just like a basic, it just looks like a gray metal ring, and he'll hand you the other one. And if you take it, he'll just say, "You are warded." And he'll cast Warding Bond. So you have +1 to AC and all saving throws and resistance to all damage,
Wow.
as long as you stay within 60 feet of me.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. I'll do my best to stay within 60 feet of you then. Hell yeah.
Just anytime you take damage, I also take damage. So
Oh. Good to know.
that's the cost.
Okay.
Yeah.
That it is.
So keep that in mind. Thank you. Thank you. You're very kind of you. You're looking out for me. All right. Dot, are we going same way, separate ways? How we doing this?
Or I could make you disembodied if you want. Like extra sneaky. I mean, do you want to go with both of us? What do you want to do?
You're the one with the disembodiedness. I didn't know you could do it to me.
Yeah, see, watch.
And he'll put his hand on your shoulder and you'll become invisible.
Yeah, see, watch.
I do not see, and I am not watching.
That's a good point.
But that's
Also,
kinda-
if you throw a dagger or anything, you'll be bodied again.
thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really know why, but that's how it is.
I'm gonna poke Dot right between the eyes, and then I'm gonna scurry off quietly in this
Okay.
direction towards where Ellis pointed out. Keeping an eye out. Do you want me to roll stealth?
No, that won't be necessary. So let's see. This. Can you see that?
Yep.
I'm
Ollie
making
will
sure
like
we're all-
put his hand up and wave behind that it's okay to come, and then remember that he's invisible and put his hand down.
That will message Wally, just pointing in his general direction.
Are we good? You can reply to this, by the way.
I don't know. I'm gonna keep going. I'll step down here. Still don't see anything.
Nope. And as you round this bend, you
Yeah.
do see a chamber. But
Secrets.
no one's there. As you enter the chamber, on the wall, you see kind of etched in drawings of a flower field with some butterflies, kind of in a repeating pattern along the walls.
Well, I was gonna like take a good look around this room for any people-looking things. I'll take another good look around this room for any people-looking things.
And as you turn around, Wally, a glimmer catches the corner of your eye, like as you're turning.
Turn back around.
And as you look back, there's a slight glimmer, like across the pool on this little thing. It looks like to only be like half a foot tall, the water. And there's something glimmering in these mushrooms over here.
Well, I'll scoot over here and say, hey, safe to come up here. I don't see anything. I'm invisible, but I'm here. And he'll like tap on the wall next to where he is.
Yeah, Bellis will approach.
There's something shiny over there. I'm pointing, but you can't see. Over across that lake. You see that lake-ish?
Yes.
Something shiny. I think I can get over there.
I'll wait. I'll wait nearby.
Alright. And it's when I cast a spell too, right, George?
I think it's anything that attacks.
Yes. Well, I think you can cast like shield and stuff, but if it's targeting another creature, here, let me put. I don't actually remember. Let me put it in.
Because I'm so
or cast a spell.
The spell or cast a spell. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I over here and appear as I cast Misty Step and start looking around for the glow.
It appears to have disappeared.
What?
You swore it was right there, but you can't find
Yes,
it now.
yeah. The fuck? Shit. Well, now I'm stuck over here. I mean, I'm not, but...
Again, in the corner of your eye, you swear you see a figure in the water. Like a small childlike figure.
I throw a dagger at it. Fuck this shit.
Where do you throw your dagger?
At it.
Well, it disappeared.
Wherever
It was
I
just in the
saw
corner
it.
of your eye and you look.
Wherever I saw it.
Point to a place.
Where did I see it?
It was somewhere in the middle of this pool here.
Okay, then I throw it in the middle of the pool.
Okay. Point to a square, though.
I mean, this one.
Okay, roll an attack.
If that's where it was, then yeah. Blah.
Cool. So, as you
kill
throw
the
your
child.
dagger,
I swear.
Kill a child.
Just murdered
let me
a
see the
child.
specifics here.
Just this poor lost kid in a tunnel.
Oops.
As it takes some damage.
Oh heck no.
Oh, y'all be up there.
Let me do some stuff. It's this cavern fills with this bright light.
Heap.
And I would like everyone to please roll initiative.
Oh god.
Here, I'll clear.
Noise like rolling. You didn't realize you guys have moved up there.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. You'll still do a 15. Because I cleared it as y'all.
Oh, okay.
And
Oh, that's weird. It gave me a notification this time that I didn't have my guy selected.
good job, George. You didn't have your guy selected.
Yeah, it said you wanted to send the result of this roll to the turn tracker, but no valid token was selected. I'm going to set it to 7 because that was the first one.
Okay. And also Emil, even though he would have been following you. So, okay. So sorry. Should have been doing this. It's fine. Okay. Emil probably would have ended up
Was it on?
About here. He's trailing behind y'all. Da, 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 da. Great. Okay. So this one is gonna
Oh, did you get mine in there? Oh, I'm not in there. Oh no. I rolled an 11.
okay. Now there is. Cool. Alright. So this one. Okay. So a 9 doesn't hit you, but as this thing tries to shock you, a little will-o'-the-wisp. And then next in the initiative order. Does a 22 hit? Wally?
Oh, yeah?
So you take 8 lightning damage.
But you have resistance to all damage.
Oh!
Yeah.
Thank you. I've forgotten.
Velos.
All right. Velos is going to... Yeah. Let's see here. No, he's gonna use his sacred weapon thing, and just say, "For the sea and this water over here," and is gonna like imbue his trident with sea glory, and it's gonna glow and light for 40 feet, and all of his attacks are magical.
Nice.
But that's his action, so as a bonus action, what is he gonna do? Nah, he's good for now. Not gonna do a bonus action. Bonus action, be ready to fight. That's it for his turn.
Okay. Alright, this is this one. It's gonna come up to Wally. That's a 10, so it doesn't hit.
Oh.
And it's instead, so it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
Can I
30.
take a swipe at it with my dagger as it leaves?
Yeah, try.
It's not throwing, it's just okay, how do I get this? When you hit a creature with a weapon. Oh, cool. I can just do that all the time. I'm gonna keep that in mind. 9!
That meets, so it hits. So that's...
And what? 2 is psychic damage, by the way.
They're tiny.
Okay. Alright, and it's gonna... 40, 45...
Oh.
Cool, it's gonna end its turn there, because as incorporeal movement, it can move through people. Okay, Wally.
Alright, this pool, now that I've thrown a dagger in it, how deep is the pool?
It's like half a foot.
Oh, nice.
It's not that deep at all.
Then, as a bonus action, I will
Also-
cast...
That's for Emil. Sorry, I
Oh,
forgot to
okay.
roll.
As a bonus action, I will cast Zephyr Strike, which doesn't do anything special yet, except for the next minute, I don't provoke opportunity attacks.
Nice.
So I will run away and not provoke opportunity attacks.
Nice.
And then just kind of scoot over to this corner and take out 2 daggers and throw at least one at this guy. We'll try at least one.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay, does not hit.
So I will throw a second one.
That hits, yeah.
And that is all he will do. Just kind of huddle in the corner, pull out 2 more daggers.
Okay. Noi!
Gonna move there. And he's gonna try a little inflict moons on the one right here.
Nice. Which one? Sorry, I'm looking at sheets.
The one closest to him, like directly there.
Oh, you get advantage too, right?
I think so, because you're there.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Oh, sorry, that should have been an advantage, but I guess I'll just roll twice.
Oh, the 24 hits. So
And just take the first damage.
cool. And that's I think
Wow.
let me
1, 1, 2.
Ooh.
great. Okay.
It's like when I did it at a 5th level and it was like 10 damage, 13.
This was not I did not, have that situation, but definitely not a
All right. Is that your turn?
wonderful roll. Yeah, that's all for me. He's just rolling up there.
Dot.
Dot's gonna pull out like his like 4-inch diameter chunk of ice that he usually uses for his chromatic orb and like try to aim it at one of these little guys that are kind of tiny and flying around. So I'll just like crush it in his hand and then cast magic missile at 3rd level.
Nice.
So he's gonna send 3 at the one closest to him, and then the other 2 from the higher level cast at the guy at the back. So these will be the one closest to him. So 1, 2, 3. And then
Okay.
the guy at the back is 1, 2.
Just 2 for the guy in the back?
Yeah, because there's only 5 total.
Okay. Great. So this one, these blasts hit it and it completely dissipates and leaves behind a small gem that kind of clatters to the floor.
Ding, ding, ding.
And is that your turn?
Yeah.
Great. So this one is gonna do another attack at Velos.
All right.
15 does not hit.
No.
So it's gonna go through. I said it's gonna go through you over here
Ooh.
and just end up like here.
Can I take an attack of opportunity as it phases
You
through
sure
me?
can.
Cool. I'm gonna add on Divine Smite if it hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Yep.
25.
And that's
So yeah, 14 points of radiant damage.
Can Noi try to punch it as it flies by him?
yeah.
Not Noi, Dot.
Yeah.
I think I have to roll a natural 20 to hit it. Yeah.
7.
Your hand just kind of goes through it. Okay. Cool. And then
Someone's not their monk.
this one is gonna shock Wally again, or at least try to. That's an 11, so it doesn't hit.
Ooh. Forgot to put my
It's gonna
concentration
20.
up.
I said 20, 25, 30. It's gonna end its turn about there.
Will make an
Velos!
opportunity attack?
Yeah, go for it.
I will do. This is not a thrown weapon. This is just. Quata!
It does not hit.
Quata. All right,
Okay.
well,
Velos.
Velos will step forward and just take his first stab with the trident at this this thing, adding on the Divine Smite if he can, if it hits.
That hits, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 13 radiant, 10 piercing, so
Okay.
23 total damage.
And as you stab your trident through, this one, like the one behind you, dissipates and leaves behind a gem as well, and it clatters to the floor.
Okay. And then he'll head back the opposite direction and take his second attack at this other one here. And I have to ask you, DM, because Divine Smite just says when you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can expend a spell slot to deal this extra damage. So it doesn't say it's casting a spell, it just is a thing you can add on.
Yeah, that's just using a spell slot. It's not like you're
Okay.
casting a spell. Yeah.
So then he'll swing again. I'm just going to
Okay.
guess that a
Oh, my
27
word.
hits.
Yeah.
So that's 7 radiant and 5 piercing, all magical. So 12
Okay.
total for that guy.
Cool.
And
where's
that's
the
it
plus
for
Is
four
that
his
your
from? That's
Cool.
awesome.
Yeah, the
And
divine
Emil,
ability, whatever.
That's sick.
Emil is gonna run up, see whatever that is, be a little bit of a coward and hang back. Wally.
Well, that's okay, because I am slightly less of a coward. I will scoot my boot on up here. That's as far as I can get. Can I throw a dagger from here, or is there a wall in the way?
Gonna hit one of us.
You'll be able to. No, it's just with how the map worked out. There's a little bit of a space.
Okay. Well,
Unless you roll a 1, you won't hit.
that's all Wally needs, and he'll do the effective Zephyr Strike now. Once before the spell ends, you can give yourself advantage on one weapon attack roll on your turn. So I will have advantage on this, and it's gonna do hopefully a lot of damage. If it doesn't,
That does not hit.
fucking hit. God damn it. But wait, it's also whether you hit or miss, your walking speed increases by 30 feet. That's the other part of it.
You're
And
speedy.
yeah, I can finally move. But the no opportunity attacks is still up for a minute, so
Okay.
I now have more movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I can move through other things because I'm a halfling. And then I
Incorporeal
will
movement?
make my second attack.
Cool, go for it.
Nice. Sneaking that advantage in.
That definitely hits. And as you swipe through, like the others, it completely dissolves and leaves behind a gem that clatters to the ground. And we are out of combat.
That was fast.
So now, Noi, Noi, Dot, and Velos, you all, after fighting this thing, you look down and you see you were standing on a slate. And in comment, like the other one, in the comment, it says, "Oh, war and power, you blind and blur, the torn heart cries out in pain." And there's a gem here, a gem here, and a gem, I believe, somewhere over here. There's 3 gems in total that have fallen.
Will you read off that slate again?
Oh, war and power, you blind and blur, the torn heart cries out in pain. Here, I'll put the ones you found in chat so far.
Does this one match up with what we found before? You said they looked like they might connect.
They may.
You can try.
You can
Because this one is similar in that it's the straight sides and the 2 are kind of rugged. They look like they could go together.
Yeah, I've also just try to like stick them, you know, just hold them next
Yeah.
to each other.
They do fit. They don't like stay together, but they do fit together. It's the Oh War and Power fits on top of But Music and Singing.
Okay.
They do fit together.
Noi, I noticed that you have some capability to repair items. Is that correct?
Kind of, but not like this.
Could you try?
I mean, sure. He'll look you direct in the eyes as he casts the mending cantrip. And it's like one little part of the rock connects together.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I might also be able to help with that if y'all are looking to keep it together.
I need a lot of help keeping things together, so yeah.
I find freezing things does it pretty well.
Free thinking?
Freezing things.
Oh.
And you all see Emil, I guess Wally would see this, hop down here and pick up a little circle thing, like a stone circle, off the ground over. You're throwing a dagger.
Shatter the slates.
The trade party. Now, Skye, now.
Da, 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 da. And he grabs it and hops back up, hoping no one saw it. Like, not trying to be sneaky, but just like...
Noah's gonna pick up
Staring
some of the
directly.
crystals by him.
Just like, hi.
Okay. So the two by you are an emerald by Dot.
Bye,
Who wants to be Dot next time we're in combat? It's the one next to you is like an emerald. The one on the other side is like a sapphire. And then there's a third that you saw drop. That's in this chamber again.
You wouldn't have seen that other one drop.
Yeah. If any of you who fought something in here, you saw the gem drop when the will-o-wisp dissipated.
I can hold on to these, I guess. I'm not sure what they are or if they're just gems, but they're kind of pretty, so.
They are uniform shaped. They look the same, like in the cut.
Maybe they need to be delivered somewhere.
Oh, you're right. Maybe he'll put them in his bag.
I think
He'll put them in a little envelope and put it in his bag.
How many did you find? You found 2? I think there's one more, right? Right, Velos? Didn't
I
you
believe
get
there's one
another-
more. Sorry, I'm fixing our cameras.
Can go over and grab that one.
Cool. And as you walk in, again, kind of behind here, you see another slate. Right over here. And the gem... I gave you an emerald and a sapphire, right?
Yes.
The one that Wally finds is a ruby.
Hey, dead guy. Catch. Yeet.
Noy does not register that you're talking to him and just does not like try to catch it. And then it's like, oh, sit up from the ground.
Oh, walk over this slate.
And in common, this one says, "This dark stormy hour the wind stirs, the scorched earth cries out in vain."
I found another thing.
Excellent find, Wally.
Well, let me see if I can fit these together.
And this one, you do notice the top is smooth. The sides and top are smooth, the bottom is kind of rugged.
Yeah, let me put them together.
And it does fit in with the second one.
But I assume there's still like space for more, or
Yeah. The bottom of them is still rugged along the bottom.
Okay. Can I kind of like druid craft some vines around it to like keep it together? You know?
Yeah.
Swag.
Yeah.
So I just kind of touch the sides, and then vines start to come out of my hands, and it's all gross and stuff, and they like Spider-Man.
Cool. And Emil walks up and says, "I found this circle thing," and you all see it has a little icon of like a butterfly on it. Says, "I don't really know what this is, but I think it's important. I think."
There's a lot of things in here. Damn, lot to keep track of.
Yeah. But that you guys did good. You guys are good fighters. I wish
I've
I
never
was.
been told that before.
Well, congrats. You guys are good fighters. I'm gonna head back, and he is very like he's kind of like the Cowardly Lion. He's very
Emil, I believe
sad.
that you need to stay with us.
Okay. I don't and he's just clutching the loot and also the stone, and he's a soft little man.
I mean, either you could go ahead and let the monsters that are ahead eat you all alone, or you could stick with us, and then we can kill it when the monster appears. Eh?
I don't want to get eaten by a monster.
Sounds like
Well-
you want to stay with us.
We're
okay.
really friendly.
He's just very like,
Won't eat you.
Hmm?
Most of us won't eat you.
okay, I mean, I have food, so you don't have to eat me, but...
Most stuff. And I'll just start to walk away.
Okay. And are y'all... Emil's gonna follow you. Just because he doesn't want to be too far alone. And he's scared of you now, so...
Good.
Okay. And as you come over here, probably Noi would notice another slate in the bag of this body right here, like on the side pouch of this body.
I think there's another one over there. I'll pick it up.
Grab that phone. Oh no, you got
Cool.
it.
Hold it out
In
to
common, it says, "Through darkness and pain and strife, sing."
Another one for the collection.
you. There's a lot here about singing and
I like this thing.
are these lyrics, are we supposed to be singing them?
I could try. Is it done yet? Here, let me see it.
And this one doesn't quite fit in. It has a smooth bottom, so you assume this is the last one, but it doesn't fit in quite yet. There's one more piece you're missing.
Like there's still more.
Okay. And as you come down, you see, which you didn't really notice because you kind of went straight up this hallway, there's a door here with 4 circles. Think like Skyrim, the Skyrim locks. There's, if any of you would like to rotate it, which you probably would, let's say you would. In rotation, there's a butterfly, you rotate it, grass, you rotate it, sorry, I wrote this down. Flower, you rotate it, and a cloud. And there are 4 top to bottom. And the one that Emil was holding was the butterfly. And as you turning them, you notice the second from the top is missing a circle as you rotate it. It's got grass, flower, cloud, blank.
Emil, you're the tall one among us. How about you insert that circle into the lock there?
Are you sure?
Of course. I'm sure of everything.
Do it or I'll eat you.
Okay. And he goes up and he places it. And it clicks into place and nothing really else happens.
Now, Emil, you're not holding out on us, are you?
He's flustered and he's like, he knows, he's just...
Dinner time.
Bellis is having a good time. He's just razzing him up, that's all.
Okay. So again, as you're rotating them, they're in different patterns, but they all have a circle with grass, a circle with a flower, a circle with a cloud, and a circle with a butterfly.
Do those symbols mean anything to you beyond, like, well, I mean, what they are, but do they mean anything to you?
I mean, they're pretty. Maybe if I, because it's like let me...
Aren't you a scholar?
I'm a scholar. That doesn't mean I'm smart.
But
I'm a
isn't that what
musician.
that means?
Let me, and he moves to the bottom circle, and he just kind of turns it to the cloud, waits for something to happen, nothing happens. He turns it to the butterfly, waits for something to happen, nothing happens. Turns it to the flower, waits for something to happen, nothing happens. And finally, he turns it to the grass, and it kind of chunks into place.
See, that wasn't too hard.
Well, yeah, I just turned things.
Do that
don't know.
next one. Or I'll eat you.
No, I'm
And
not
he does the same
familiar-
thing.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Say, I'm not familiar with you surface dwellers and your herbs and spices, or with your bugs and all kinds of other living things, but perhaps, just perhaps, these things go in layers. So the grass being on the bottom goes first. Then next is whatever comes after that. Finally ending with the clouds that block the moon, right, Noi?
Yeah, that's that one.
That's the order. Grass, whatever, and then something else, and then clouds.
I think he's onto something. Try the grass and then the flower and then the butterfly and then the clouds.
Okay, and he does so. And each one, when it gets to the middle, the bottom, the second from the bottom, gets to the flower and it chunks. The third gets to the butterfly and it ka-chunks. And the top gets to the cloud and there's the big final ka-chunk. And the door kind of just, from the center, kind of opens out. Like into the frame, if that makes sense. And there's a nice little circle
And
that I have to
this,
reveal.
Velos, is why you're the leader.
Well, I am an expert in everything on the surface, but it's nice to know still some room to grow here.
Expert on everything.
So Emil kind of just slowly walks in. And whoever walks in first, your passive perception is better than Emil's. So you would notice another piece of slate with this body right here.
Goodbye, Emil. And he'll take the slate and head back out.
What? Don't go without me, what? And he's like running back after you. That was rude. Okay, and this one says, and music and singing shall be my light.
Goodbye, Emil.
Bye, leaves him there.
He's a sad old boy. Don't treat him like this.
I mean, there can only be one sad old boy. I'm sorry, Emil, but
Well, he's a sad young boy, but and this one, the slate is smooth on the sides and it's ruffled on both the top and bottom.
Well, I got these two pieces, and I put them together, put them like a sandwich, you know?
Cool.
apple.
And it does all fit together. So in total, the slate says, I sent that. Hello? I'm sending something in chat.
The slate says nothing.
You try to read it.
It goes blank.
It's
All
like
the
crumbled to
words.
pieces.
This
Yeah.
doesn't pertain in our memories. It just
But it says a thing.
Yeah.
It says the combination of everything. This dark stormy hour, the wind stirs, the scorched earth cries out in vain. O war and power, you blind and blur. The torn heart cries out in pain. But music and singing have been my refuge, and music and singing shall be my light. Through darkness and pain and strife, sing.
who's writing this?
Well, and Emil was like, well, it kind of sounds like something I heard some of my elders talking, like saying. It's like a song. I think. I don't really remember.
Were you new to being a scholar?
Yeah,
Okay.
like the siege happened like 10 months ago, right? My 1 year
know.
mark of being a scholar of the Athenaeum is next week. So
That makes a little more sense.
and the siege took a couple days, sure, but yeah, I don't know why I was chosen to do this, but here we are. Shall we go? There's a whole hallway that I saw before your fearless leader tried to drag me and leave me for dead.
I suggest you venture out first, Emil.
Okay. And he's kind of like,
Fellows to just walk past him.
Okay. And it's... Sorry, I'm doing things. So it's a big ol' hallway. Feel free to just drag and drop yourselves.
All right. Staying
way to the
within
top
60
there.
feet of Wally.
Yeah, I'm following. I'm like on your heels.
Okay. And you get
Zoom
to
out my
a
map.
wall. And this wall has, like, little hooks in 4 corners. And it's just like a blank wall with, like, empty. They're empty hooks. They're, like, they're, like, diagonal, you know?
Now,
Seem like they're
Emil,
meant
I
to
know
hold
some people on the surface like to hang their meat to drain out the fluids. Looks like we're going to have to hang you on this wall.
We're vegetarian.
You're not going to be the one eating.
That's how I got like this.
And you see him kind of keel over a little bit. Like he's gonna be sick. I'm gonna move Dot.
Wally is trying not to laugh, and then instead he goes, and just kind of like shuts up. Like, oh god.
I will say the closer you get to whoever's holding it would be Wally, right? You're holding the slate?
Yep.
The closer you get, you start to feel energy in it. Like just a little bit of energy in it as the closer you get to this wall.
This wall is not normal.
And there are 4 hooks that seem set to hold something.
Perhaps that slate will fit in the wall.
I could try, yeah.
Yep. It fits nearly perfectly, and for a second nothing happens. But then the words of the slate glow just a little bit, and that glow spreads out through the entire wall, and it kind of just disappears. The slate with it. It's revealed a smaller, thinner wall. Okay, and then a wall after. That was me trying to remember that there's a wall there. Okay.
Remember wall.
Remember wall.
Remember wall.
Okay.
Remember.
And you...
Gone but not forgotten.
And this chamber seems a lot more livelier. There's a little bit more light. There's a little more life. There's no, like, actual life, but the crystals seem to just be there. While in the previous chamber, the crystals were kind of seeping into everything. In this room, the purple crystals seem to be concentrated and either not seeping out or not able to. So we'll say, for the purpose of time, because there's nothing really too interesting. Can you see? Yeah. Oh, ignore all the white space. I don't know if you can see that. But, yeah, feel free to move freely. There's nothing really much to see. Oh, do you have control of your...
It's just a
Can't
dark
see
space on here. It's like a dark rectangle starting there.
Did
Damn
you
it.
move us to the right map? Or are you on a different map?
Oh, you're still on the... There we go.
Yeah.
I clicked to it.
There we go. Oh, this is a big one.
Do you have control?
Where am I? Oh, I'm tiny down there.
Yeah. So for the purpose of time, there's nothing really much to see. I'll go ahead and just drag you all.
Oh,
You're over
Wait,
here
no,
now.
guys, wait for me. Hold on.
You're just magically like, boop.
That plant just moved.
Yeah. It's a magical plant. And you see
Place
a
is-
really beautiful chamber, kind of similar to the one you arrived in.
Ale?
I'd like everyone to make a stealth check.
Goodness.
uh-oh.
You're ready for that.
Hey! I'm not normally good at stealth.
I don't have disadvantage. That's nice. And I still rolled a 5.
Can y'all see the whole chamber?
Yeah.
Okay, ignore the white areas.
There's no way.
Oof.
What do you
And
got?
let me roll for Emil. Okay, cool. So as y'all are walking in, there's a random dark space. Why is there a random dark space? Okay. So y'all are walking in fairly quietly. Velos, not even really thinking about it, you catch your foot on a stone. And it kind of makes a clattering. I want to do this one. Sorry. Heck. Catch your foot on a stone and it kind of clatters across into the water. And you see over here a harpy look up and look you dead in the eyes and let out this terrible scream. And I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Oh. 9.
Get the initiative counter up. Shit, actually don't yet. I have to reset it because I'm dumb. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Great. Let me get her sheet up first. Great. And then music. Fuck, I forgot the ambient music I had. Damn it. Oh well. It's fine. Okay. Who would like to play Dot?
I can try.
Jevin.
I have no idea how to play wizard.
I can always do it.
Jevin would love to.
I'll give it to Jevin.
Jevin loves playing multiple characters.
Yeah.
Okay, I expect the same level of ice puns from you.
Very cool.
Okay. So feel free to move where you would be as you're moving into the space. I'll just move you all.
Do
There
you
we
want
go.
us to re-roll initiative then, or?
Yes, because I forgot to reset it.
Okay.
So now please roll initiative.
Oh, I will take that much better. Not good. I gotta
Since I was
get-
kicking something into the water, I guess I'd be next to the water.
Well, it's like you kicked a... You know how like when you kick like
Yeah.
a pebble and it just kind of goes far? Yeah.
I
I'd
mean,
still be next to the water.
For the sea, to the sea.
Yeah, yep.
I need control of Dot's token.
I gave you... Oh, Dot's token, right.
Do not have the token.
Which one is he? This one.
Yes, good job, George. He can hold his breath. Thank you.
How do I give you... I'll say... No, it's... it represents Dot. How do I give you token control?
Lizard's tiny igloo. Disguised self.
How do I give you control of his token?
Oh, I have it now.
Okay. Fix
And
it.
just like that, I don't know what you did. I don't know if you did anything, but
I clicked a bunch of buttons and was confused.
one of them worked.
Okay.
Oh, I need to roll initiative for him. That's why I need the token. Kapow!
Guy's self is
Alright.
taking me out. That one's so funny.
It's so good.
Did he just go
Alright.
through and rename all of these?
Yeah, he renamed
not
most of them.
all of them, unfortunately, but most of them.
Alright, so Wally, while I'm rolling initiative for a meal, what would you like to do?
Run towards it.
Ba-da-da-da-da. He's a runner, he's a track star.
I think that's really all he can do, unless any of his spells have a redonk range, which 90 feet, maybe? So that's 25. Is it on the ground right now?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's within 90 feet of me. So he'll pull up a dagger to his lips, whisper some Sylvan to it, and just huck it. And somehow it lands like here-ish, because spell flavoring. And I'm casting Entangle, so it's the cube again. a 20-foot cube, kind of this area.
Great.
And yeah. And then it needs to make a strength saving throw. It needs to beat a 14.
19.
Oh boy. Then nothing happens, and this is difficult terrain for the next minute or whatever. And I'm concentrating on that, and that's all Wally does. Oh wow, those are big.
Okay. Noi, go ahead.
That's me. Oh boy. Is that our target over there?
Yeah.
Noi is gonna hold his wax seal to his palm and then cast I think it's Moonbeam.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
make this where it's a 5-foot radius beam. It's 40 feet tall. And it's just this beam of purplish blue light, and anyone in it has to make a con save.
Nice. A con save is 15.
Okay. That might meet it. Yeah, that's exactly the DC. So only takes half. And if this is relevant, if they're a shape changer, they would change back to their original form. But
Yeah, nothing happens.
I kind of doubt that's a thing. But
Yeah.
let me roll this real quick.
Remember Angelo.
Shut up! Don't do that to me right now.
All we had to do was just cast a moonbeam on him. That's what we had to do.
Man.
Shot him in the head. That's what I.
So he
should've
did
done.
have a physical mask, so would it work like that?
I don't want to think about that right now.
Also, fun fact,
Tell us
Anira only
later.
touched Nosfin.
Or you can not.
He was on
Oh,
his
I don't want to think about that either. Lord. Well,
I mean, it doesn't
Is
have.
it an automatic hit, or is it?
yeah, it is, because it's like a
Okay,
thing. I don't know why it
Yeah.
rolled with that, but anywho, it's half damage, so
great.
6
So,
radiant. But it stays up for a minute, so it's still there.
and you notice the radiant damage actually does a number.
Okay.
Okay. Velos.
All right, Velos first is going to. Well, let me check this out real quick. Yeah, no, that's all right. Velos is going to, as he's running past, he'll just move. What is that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to rush up here, and as he does so, pull out a piece of parchment and say, "Wally, protect yourself with the sea." And you feel this sort of shield of watery energy kind of come up from the water that's nearby and surround you. And she's casting Shield of Faith. So you get +2 to your AC
Nice.
for the duration. And the other one is still active as well, unless it's been more than an hour and a half, an hour.
When was the last one cast? Was it the Will-O-Wisps?
It was right before the Will-O-Wisps, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's still active for a little bit.
So yeah,
Nice.
now you have +3 to your AC. But and then he'll, when he finishes the end of his movement, he'll as his action, he'll use his divine sacred weapon thing, and you see him the trident glow with radiant light, and he gets to do extra stuff. And that's the end of his turn. Action,
Cool.
bonus action, and movement.
The harpy. Okay, let me. Okay. She's gonna just move 5, 10, 15, 20, and then take to the air. 25, 30, 35, 40. Okay, she's probably about 5 feet in the air. Let me see, what can she do?
Get stabbed with a trident.
Let me see. Yeah, Velos, make a wisdom saving throw.
You got it.
I believe.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. So this harpy looks at you and lets out a string of something you don't understand. It's not in a language you know, I believe. And you feel like you should be hurt, but like you don't understand the language. She tried to cast vicious mockery, but you saved. So you feel like it should be an insult, but you don't like feel hurt. It's like, okay.
Beast of the air.
And that's her turn.
Right.
Emil is a little scaredy cat. Let me get his sheet up. I never actually got his sheet up. Let's see, what's he gonna do? He will hop down 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Let me see. Yeah. And he'll say like, "Oh my god, what are you? You're so ugly!" And try to cast Vicious Mockery on it. And it must have a wisdom save. And it's a natural 20. So again, in a language it doesn't understand, it just kind of is confused. And he's also a little confused and scared. And that's his turn. Doc Gizzard. The lizard
chills.
I got you. They're multiplying.
Okay. Dot Gizzard is gonna move his 30 feet. Oh my god, he's faster than Wally. Wally, and he's seeing that this thing is flying, so he's gonna pull up his scaly finger. Scaly lizards have scales, right? And point a ray of frost at this thing.
Nice.
And he's probably gonna say something stupid, but my brain didn't. Yeah.
something ice.
Ice, baby.
That definitely hits, yeah.
And its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of Dot's next turn, including flying.
Nice. Is that reduced by 10 for both walking and flying, or just for like 5 for walking, 5 for...
Speed is reduced by 10 feet. Here, I'll blink. That's what it says. So you tell me, DM.
Okay. Don't call me that.
I don't know.
And is that Dot's turn?
Chief.
That just makes me nervous. It's Wally's turn. All right.
Yo, that's me again, but the other one. Okay. Got a sweet. Oh, that was a ray of frost. I forgot to switch it over. Okay.
It's like a dying cat. Are you performing in a Tales of Poe?
How high up in the air is it right now?
Like 5 feet. She's not very. She basically jumped off the edge of this like little like cliff thing, and is just flying on that same plane.
But not on the ground. That's a problem. Let's do none of those spells. Maybe we want to do one of those spells. Let's do one of those spells. It's funny. So he'll pull up a dagger and he'll whisper into it. Cast Hail of Thorns on it. So the next time he hits a creature with a ranged weapon attack. Yeah. Okay. But first, he has to hit the creature with a ranged weapon attack. So as his action, dagger. The first. Okay.
That hits, yeah.
And that hits. So then Hail of Thorns activates. So all of these daggers just appear out of like the ether above the harpy and just rain down.
Nice.
Harpy needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
That's a 20.
The harpy will take half of. Where did the 1 come from? 1 shouldn't be there. I told you.
DS.
Yeah.
Dex save, maybe?
No, but it takes 4 damage from that.
Okay.
Because it succeeded. And that was the first dagger. So now we have dagger number 2. Why is it still...
That misses.
Yes, it shouldn't be adding DS, but...
that does not hit.
Well, it's fine anyways. And he's just standing there. Roll 20 is being a bitch for me right now. But that's
cool.
Okay. Dagger. That's my turn.
Cool. Noi!
That's me. I'm gonna use my action and I'm going to move my moonbeam back to this punk. If I can move it. I meant to just draw another one. Oh my word, I'm just drawing over your map. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop now. But there's a 5 foot. The moonbeam moves so that it's back on the square where the harpy is.
Okay.
The entangle is also gone, by the way, because I
Okay.
concentrate.
So what I'll do is this. And then I'll do this and that. That's Moonbeam.
And it'll have to make that dex save again.
Cool. Love that. That's a natural 1.
Okay, well that is the full damage, so let me roll.
By the light of the moon!
All hail. Just ignore the roll that comes with it because I have that set up funky.
So that's 11.
11 radiant from my
Okay.
40-foot moonbeam beacon of light.
And
That's just-
you notice the radiant does a huge amount of damage.
He's just holding his hands out like this Palpatine moment, and like the signet
Yeah.
ring is like, yeah, the signet ring is like glowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The radiant damage does a lot. Is that your turn?
Yes, it is.
Fellows!
Limited
Oh,
power.
wow.
All right. Well,
Kinda
Velos
looks
is
like
going to
him.
step forward a little bit, trying to be careful not to step into the moonbeam. If he can
Smart.
reach the harpy from the ground.
Yeah. She's like 5 feet in the air.
Okay, so yeah, he'd be able to reach out. And then he's just gonna lay in there, doing Divine Smite if he hits.
That does hit, yeah. So that's cool.
So that's 10 piercing and 5 radiant, all magical though. And then the second one, I don't think a
Okay.
14 hits.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
And I don't think he's gonna do anything for a bonus action, because he doesn't have much. So yeah, that's it for his turn.
Cool. The harpy is gonna land and move out of this moonbeam, because ew, light, and lay into you, Velos, with
Bring it
her.
on.
Let me make sure. And always whisper rolls. Great. With her claws, 16 does not hit, right?
No, 16 doesn't hit.
Okay. And she's just gonna take back to the air. So she came down 5 feet, moved 5 feet, back up 5 feet, and probably end up about here.
Can I take
And
an
that's
attack
gonna
of
be your turn.
opportunity?
You can.
Take an attack of opportunity.
Boom,
Yes.
Trident. If I hit, I gotta roll another D8, which I definitely
Yeah.
do. 'Cause I'm-
Oof.
So add an extra 4 to that.
Do I need to
Radiant
roll it?
damage.
What is
God.
that total?
So
wait,
total,
can I do-
that's
Okay.
21 plus 4, so 25 radiant damage plus 8 piercing.
Great.
And then mine is
Didn't see that coming.
Yeah, that does. Yeah, Wally does not hit. But yeah, all right.
think.
Cool.
Second
It's
level spell
Emil's
slot
turn.
that time. Running out.
Emil is gonna what's he gonna do?
Cry.
Hey, dude, what you gonna do?
Yeah, literally. He's just gonna I gave him damage spells.
Yeah,
Gave him damage.
vicious mockery.
I mean, Buddy didn't know he was prepping for a battle today. He was prepping to go have a drink at the bar.
No, like I gave he doesn't even have any. Okay.
He's got all of his
So-
utility spells prepped.
He's gonna continue to try and mock her viciously.
He was ready for the dungeon.
Just calling her ugly and all that. And she fails, so she takes 3 psychic damage. And though she
Boom.
can't understand the language, she still feels hurt. And Dot's turn.
Dot's turn, and I didn't even figure out what. Okay. Is she in the air?
Yeah, she's back 5 feet in the air.
Okay. I'll probably ask that every time, but this is going to be really funny. I don't know how George wanted to play for this. George will tell us how this is flavored at another time, but he's gonna like point his hand out towards it and just say, "Hey, Happy, stay cool." And
That is what he sounds like.
Schwarzenegger.
because he's casting
Your claws.
so he's casting cautious hitty ice laughter.
Okay, and what is that?
A
Laughter.
wisdom save. I am changing it right now to hitty ice because
Hit eyes.
George is missing.
That's a wisdom save. That's a 10.
Yeah, so it's prone. It
Falls
drops to
prone.
the ground.
Okay, so she's on the ground.
You're psychologically damaging.
It's
Not a good place for a flying creature to be in.
Nope.
What is my cat doing? My cat is doing something.
Next to a paladin.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. All right, so that's Dot's turn.
You fall before the triton of the sea.
Wally.
Okay, I reloaded roll 20, so hopefully it works. Oh, it's prone, which means I would have disadvantage on ranged attacks, which is kind of stank.
One
but-
second.
How about let's do that? I can do that once a day. Sure, why not?
You could also just walk forward and stab.
But I throw weapons. I only get bonuses when I actually.
Oh, I might get to use. Oh, I have to move Boombeam, but I might get to use
Sorry.
one of my favorite things.
Eurydice was playing with a rubber band and it sounded like electricity for a second. And so I got up and I was like, is she chewing on a live cable? No, she was playing with a rubber
boy.
band. We're good.
Pikachu's origin story about her.
Okay, what were you doing? Sorry, I missed it.
I was gonna do something, but then Matt gave me a better idea. So as a bonus action, I'm gonna whisper into a dagger, as I do, and cast Ensnaring Strike.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna walk over to the harpy, and because it's prone, I believe I should have advantage on melee attacks. So I'm just gonna go, right? Yes, no, maybe
Okay.
so.
Yeah, and each time it takes damage, she can make another wisdom save.
Yeah. Okay, and this is Ensnaring Strike. But I have advantage because it's prone? Yes?
I think so. That sounds right. Sure.
It's a melee attack, I think.
She can't really dodge it, so sure.
So let's do that. Wow!
Does not hit.
Okay. And it's also not doing the extra damage right. Why is it just doing Dreadful Strike? I don't know. So I'm going to do it all manually. Okay, that's better.
That one hits, yeah.
So the one, but then there should also be 1, 6 plus.
And since it's damaged, she's going to
Another
make a wisdom
D4.
save.
Oh, hello. Because
Okay.
I'm also marking it as my favored foe as I hit
Great.
it.
What's the DC for Hideous Laughter?
I think it was 16.
Okay, so she still fails.
16. But she also has to make the strength save because I cast Ensnaring Strike.
13?
I believe that just fails, which means that she is now restrained on the ground.
Great.
Stay down.
And that's Wally's turn. He's just there.
And since she's a harpy, her laughter isn't laughter, it just sounds like the screams of the damned. Just for that flavor.
Pleasant.
Yeah. Alright, Noi.
Oh,
Sounds like an Australian saying no.
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 Mate.
Doyum. Let's see. So are you on this creature at the moment? Or are you like on the side of it? That works.
Me? I'm just next to it.
Okay. I just don't want to like bring this moonbeam down on you.
Do it. Hit me with the moon. And you take the moon.
When the moon hits your eye.
When the moon
Are you
hits
moving the
you,
moonbeam?
and
Yes,
you
I'm
burn
going to
and you
use-
die.
Okay.
Move my
There we
moonbeam
go. And it's a dex
for
save.
a dex save, please.
And you burn and you die.
So it's a
Just
natural
that.
20.
Okay. Well, that's still half damage, so.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll damage.
So that's
6. Although since it's radiant, she still takes.
Yeah.
If it were full damage, it would be doubled. But
Zowie.
Yeah, I'm just still moonbeam conducting.
all right, is that your turn?
I'm gonna move a little bit, but other than that, that's my turn.
Okay. Velos.
Velos is going to leap on the opportunity that this flying creature is on the ground, and he's just going to reach his hand out towards the water for flavor's sake, and just kind of call some of the water to lift up a little bit as he runs towards this creature, empowering himself with the ocean that's not really the ocean there. And he's going to flank this creature and make his 2 attacks, adding on that sweet Divine Smite damage.
Holy shit.
Nice.
So that's the first attack.
Okay.
14 radiant and 12 piercing. And then I think that's... Am I out of spells? Yeah, I'm out of spell slots. So that's no more radiant damage for me, but...
No.
I know. But still gonna make that second stab there.
Okay.
So just 10 piercing magical damage.
Great.
And
All
that's
right.
it for his turn.
Cool. It is the harpy's turn. She is snared. How many saves? What saves is she making?
Well, let's see. So for Tasha's, each time it takes damage. So she's probably not laughing anymore
Yeah.
because she's taken damage a lot.
Yeah. And with the 2 hits from Velos, she would have saved on the 17.
Yeah.
On the second
But
one. So.
for the ensnaring strike, a creature restrained by the vines can use its action to make a strength save.
Ooh.
Cool. So she'll do that.
Oh.
And what's the DC?
14.
She rolled a 15.
No.
She
yeah,
is freed, but that was her action.
that was her action.
Free to leave and take opportunity attacks.
Fly into my moonbeam, please. Straight up, directly.
Okay. She's just gonna stand up and let me see. Yeah. She's gonna look Velos straight in the face and just scream, and you can see like the gross snot and like of her mouth, and it's all black and gross. And that's her turn.
Okay.
And Emil is gonna be shaken to the core. And just he's pretty useless in battle. He's not a fighter.
Sure.
But he's gonna go back there. That's the harpies sheet. Where's Emil's sheet?
I hear a
Please.
meal every time.
Huh? Oh yeah.
We need a meal.
We need a meal.
Yeah, he's gonna try and mock her again, because he's still talking about how ugly she is.
This is true.
Hey, you're
Just saw it
staring
up
down her
close.
mouth, you know. And what is that? That's a wisdom save, and she saves. So once again, she just doesn't know what the hell language is, and that's his turn. Dot Gizzard.
Dot Gizzard is gonna do the thing that Dot Gizzard does when he casts Chromatic Orb, except he's gonna say, "Hey, lady, you need to chill out," and he's gonna cast it at 2nd level because he has spell slots for those. So what the good? Oh, hello! Holy
Nice.
shit. Obviously,
Wow.
this is full damage.
All right,
Voice was good.
that damage is taken. All right, is that your turn?
He'll move
37
here.
damage.
Yeah.
Dare I say it? That's a lot of
11
damage.
plus 19. God. But yes, that's his turn.
All with these crits. Oh my word.
Wally.
That's me. Me. Part 2. Okay. Let's see. I still have 2nd level spell slots, aka Misty Step spell slots. So we're gonna bonus action Misty Step, so I can throw things because that's what I do. So just back a little bit, and then action dagger,
Okay.
which has hopefully all the things on it, except it's not going to work because Roll20 hates me. Yeah, it's
That
just,
hits, yeah.
it's just 4. That's fine. Whatever. Oh, that's bad. But that's okay.
And that one doesn't hit anyway.
Uh,
Cool.
and that's it. He's just
Cool.
standing there.
Noi! Your moonbeam is still active, right?
It's me. I'm just gonna continue doing this moonbeam because
Cool.
it's going okay, and he's fine being where he is. So, yeah, please dex save.
That's a 17.
Okay, that is a success.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the damage.
I will do that.
So as she's letting out this scream in Velas's face, you see the radiant energy of the moonbeam that she's still standing in kinds of like starts to like. What the fuck are you doing? Someone outside being.
The moon
obnoxious.
says, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Like you see, especially Velas, you would see like this, like her skin start to like melt away to reveal. Sorry, I'm gonna stop the music.
Angelo.
Yeah, to reveal blue skin. And it's like the skin, as it falls, it kind of dissolves into purple energy, and it gathers up and pools near her, and it explodes out, and all of you take 2 necrotic damage. And this energy is drawn into crystals that I put on this map, but there are crystals around the room, and it's drawn into those. And the harpy form is dropped, and on the ground is a younger drow. Dead. She's very much dead. She looks like the drow in the portrait. And Emil sees this and is just awestruck in a bad way. And Wally, probably. Wally, you'd feel a gentle breeze that you hadn't quite felt in this chamber. And you notice a harp on the rock over here.
On which one? It's a big map.
Over here.
Oh, okay.
And it blows through, this wind blows through the harp and sounds a couple of notes. And you hear a soft voice say, "Place the gems."
Only Wally hears that.
Yeah.
Well, that was cool and all. Who's got the little shinies?
I have 3 of them. You mean the emeralds and the root? Yeah, I have those.
You know what's up. You see these 3 little thingies? I think that's where they need to be delivered. I don't know if they need to be delivered to specific ones, but those are probably where they need to be delivered.
Oh, okay. And he'll take them out. You said they're all the same shape, right? So
Yeah. And as you get closer, you can see on the harp, it's kind of lined with a couple quartz. And there's 3 slots at the top. There's like, it comes to like an arch, you know? And
Okay.
there's 3 that are missing on the harp.
Oh,
So like 3 like slots.
maybe not. Maybe they need to go in the harp. I thought that these rocks were important, but apparently I'm just talking out of my ass.
I can try to put them anywhere. I mean, I just want to deliver them where they're supposed to go.
I think they're supposed to be delivered to that harp up there.
Not the harpy. The harp.
Harpy's dead, so yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Velas, are you in the water right now?
Yeah, Villa's just walking into the water.
No.
Okay. The vibes.
Okay. And it's shallow. It's not like deep water.
Yeah.
And the harps are over there, you said?
The harp is on this stone.
Oh, you're on top of me.
Sorry.
And the closer you get to it, there's a light, it feels like a warm, like spring breeze. It's pleasant, while the rest of the chamber had been that dread. Around this harp, you just feel calmer.
Okay, then he'll walk in the water, and he doesn't need to breathe, so even if he goes underneath,
It's like half a foot.
I'm like, I don't know how deep this is, but
Yeah, it's not very deep at all.
Not very deep. Half a foot is like a sixth of me.
Okay.
It's deeper at parts, you can imagine, but here it's fairly shallow.
That's like more of me.
He'll roll here, and when he gets to the bank, he'll like put his wheelchair in park, take out like a rod, and actually stand up and move onto the rock because he doesn't want to use his wheel. Like he doesn't think he'll be able to maneuver, and he's like obviously it's not like a prank. Like he just obviously is able to move. Like it would be called like an ambulatory wheelchair user, or he's able to move. So it's not like a grand reveal. Like oh he actually walks. It's just
It was all
he's obviously struggling to move. Like it's requiring a lot of energy. But he is able to move up these rocks and go and try and place these in there, I guess.
Cool. So, as you bring the gems close, you feel an energy in them. And it's kind of like you know exactly which one's supposed to go where. It's like they guide you. The sapphire goes on one side of the arch. The ruby goes on the other side of the arch. And the emerald holds the apex. And this breeze increases and increases and increases until a glowing gold hand wraps around the harp. And then another. And then it builds into this humanoid figure. She doesn't really have features. Her hands and legs almost look pointed. She doesn't really have a face or a nose or eyes, but you're not afraid. You feel calm.
Be not afraid.
And Emil is awestruck once again. And the figure speaks. And it's the same voice, Wally, you heard telling you to place the gems. And she says, Celia fought to the very last to keep this chamber from being overrun with that evil, and in doing so absorbed it into herself in sacrifice. You did not kill her. She was already dead. Do not hold that to your heart. My name is Tay. I'm sure Emil's told you about me. This was my hide. This was a place for all the grandest musicians and scholars to gather and congregate and make beautiful art, but naturally evil doesn't like that. May I ask your names?
I'm Noeem Van Triton the Second.
That's a lovely name.
You can call me Noe, though.
That is an equally lovely name.
And I am Velos Arkham, he says, sitting in the water.
Man's having a spa day.
A Triton of the Second Order.
Lovely.
Wally.
And you?
That's it. This is Wally. Or Dr. Farmine. That's my stage name.
Stage name, you're a performer.
I mean, this lyre ain't for show, so yeah. I perform.
Lovely.
Yeah, it is for sure.
And I'm Dot.
Lovely name. And again, no facial features, but you can feel... Huh?
Dot Gizzard, the Blizzard Wizard Lizard. Not necessarily in that order.
Interesting.
Got that nose.
And you, again, she doesn't have features, but she looks at Noi and says, you, follow me.
Can my friends come with me?
Of course. It's nothing really to hide, it's just, I have something I feel has been waiting for you.
Okay.
And she kind of floats. Her movement, do you know like the nobodies from Kingdom Hearts?
I do
Also, I forgot to set the music. This was meant to be playing the entire time.
not. Vibes.
Yeah. It's kind of like she moves very gracefully kind of over this direction into this area with the bushes that kind of the wind kind of blows them to reveal a small path.
Okay, he'll use his stone to command his wheelchair to move over there. And
Nice.
we'll look at you folks, making sure you're coming with him before he agrees to go.
Yeah,
Okay.
Bellis will follow.
So, this figure leads you through this hallway into kind of a small chamber. There's a stone table, a stone stool, a bunch of scrolls, a lute, a lyre, a flute, a drum, and it's quite beautiful. And she says, Noi, go into the... that's Skye stuttering. That's not her stuttering. She says, there's a chest beside the table. Look in it.
Okay. He'll move over there pretty slowly. And yeah, we'll look in.
Cool. You open this chest, and there's like various rubbish. There's like some cloth, and you kind of dig a little bit, and you see a rod. Just like a gray rod, nothing special. And for a second, it's like it's just a translucent gray rod. But thinking and holding it, you start to see little stars appear. And more stars. And eventually it's an entire galaxy with a moon holding near the top of this rod. And you feel more powerful. You feel like this is like giving you power. And you have now obtained a starlight rod. Which is, it gives you some stuff. It's like +2 to magical attacks. If you call upon it, you can change 1d6 of any magical damage to radiant damage. I'll add it to your sheet. There's a bunch of stuff I have to add in. You now have a starlight rod. And are we okay going just a little bit long because it's just dialogue and filler?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Eurydice doesn't want to go along.
Eurydice said no.
Yeah. Eurydice's like, you haven't cuddled me. Yeah. And the voice says, I hope you enjoy that. It was gifted to me, and I personally have no use for it. But I figure I can't really show you my thanks for a little while. I hope that will suffice.
You're giving this to me? This is for me?
Well, it was for someone, and I was waiting for the right someone to show up. And you're
So
here.
that's me? You're saying that's me? Just making
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks a lot. It's really cool.
Of course.
It's like
I've
holding it in both his hands, like it's really cool. Like not even looking at anybody.
I feel I've placed it in the right hands.
I
rest
hope
of you-
so.
And I don't have much for the rest of you, but that's simply in this form that I'm in. Once you free Shinveld, I'll be able to offer more. I assume Kago is your next destination. There's one more place before you can truly free Shinveld. In the Museum of Cerulean. He will be abrasive. He's not very kind to strangers. I promise it's not personal, that's just who he is as a person. There's a reason his studies are underground, with golems and warforged and metal and... Ugh. Again, you can't see an expression, but you can't see her expressions, but you can feel them. And Eurydice! Well, I can transport you to the front if you'd like. I have that ability here, so you don't have to walk all the way back through.
Are we done here, Emil?
And Emil is awestruck with literally Tay sitting right in front of him. And he
Lita?
kind of he shakes himself out of it, like, I mean, you're Tay, right? And she gives a slight chuckle. And he says, well, Tay is freed, so I think we're done here?
Would you like a
So
few
I-
minutes, Emil?
No. I think I'll just be stuck in this place forever if I don't leave.
I would be too.
Hmm?
I would be too.
And he kind of sighs, and he's still holding his lute. Very close to him. And he looks at Tay. And just says, alright, I have to show you to your next place anyway, so I have to help you get travel.
Very well.
So I guess I do have to leave.
Let us away.
It was a pleasure, Tay.
As it was.
Thanks for the gift.
Of course.
Is there a like, are you just here? Like, if I were to send like a thank you letter, where would I send that?
Well, I can't say I've ever gotten letters, but I'm sure just specifying Tay's hide will suffice.
Okay, I'll do that.
And as the humanoid figure kind of gets bright, and you feel a really warm spring breeze that reminds you of home and love and everything good in the world, and your vision is turned white. And the next time you blink, you are placed back outside. And you notice, especially Wally, you would notice that a little bit of water started to gather in some of the pools that had dried up. And you swear you can hear a bird off in the distance.
One whole bird.
So, where would you like to go?
I believe our next step is wherever the fuck she said next. That museum.
Kago. It's Kago. It's with Care Stormwind. He's kind of a dick. Karis Stormhunter, actually. He's kind of a dick.
I just imagine Wally, all of that happening while he's saying, next step is wherever the fuck she said to go next. It's really good.
Wally pays attention to the general, not the word.
So good.
Well, I could
So
use
if
a
you'll-
rest, unless the rest of you are ready to venture out.
I think if Phyllis Lita needs a rest, then I think it's resting time.
We could also rest on
And-
the ship, or I could rest in the ocean if that's easier.
Well, the barkeep, Janine, she's really sweet in that room. I guess I already slept in that room, so you probably still have a room if you want to stay in Fairwood. She's really nice.
Of course.
How much of a walk is it? Just the same?
What?
How much of a walk is it?
Well, it's like 5 minutes. We got here in that fast, you know? We'll get there faster than you'll get back to the docks.
There's a bed waiting for me, and it's 5 minutes away. That's what I heard. That's my goal.
Great.
Let's
Onward.
get
So you travel back to Fairwood into the tavern, and Janine is kind of asleep behind the bar, but you know where the room is. So you can choose to go up to the room and take your long rest.
all your resting time.
Yeah, Velos is
And that's
heading
where
up.
we'll-
He's ready to beat.
And that's where we'll end it.
Time.
All right. Hey, great. That was great. That's a lot
Great
of fun.
job, Skye.
Yeah.
You're doing it. You're really doing
Look
it.
at you.
Nice job.
Now I just have to write everything for Kago.
That's the way
Wherever the
Because I
fuck
don't have
you're going
any,
next.
I've had all of this written for like 2 months now, and Kago I have nothing. So that'll be fun.
Get ready
If
to
you write
do
it
it all
wrong,
on
we
Friday.
won't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We'll never know. You're like, oh, that didn't end up.
Yeah. There are a bunch of
Right.
things you haven't explored yet, but it's fine.
Well,
I need to write down.
thank you everyone for joining us on this excellent, fun adventure with the Legends. We had a great time playing, even though our two of our players had to drop out for this session, partway through at least. We all had a great time, and we thank you so much for joining us on this journey. We're so excited, and come back next week, same time. We'll have everyone, probably.
Good night, Moon.
Good night, everyone.
Good luck.
Night.
If I can find the stream ending tab.